You can hear me better now? There you go. You can hear me better now. Hi, guys. Just don't want to make the same mistake as last night and realize an hour and a half in that no one can hear. Also, apologies. I haven't done anything to make my hair not curly today, so we have curly hair, Avery. Hi, Milo. Milo is the one who recommended tonight's reading material, so shout out. Everybody say thank you, Milo. Hi, Cubo. Hi, Cat something or another. Hi, Laser. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to day 14 of streaming all through June for the Trans Housing Coalition. Hi. Welcome. I'm going to go on Goodreads and log that we are reading this book. This book that we're reading tonight is, and I'm going to try to say it like I didn't just learn about it last week, but it's basically a web serial that's completed, that is written in the form of a blog run by a teenager who is stalking two celebrities because she's convinced that they're in a relationship. And then there's a murder plot and there's other stuff, and Milo can describe it better. Oh God, what's going to happen? Nothing is currently cursed. Let's everybody knock on wood. Let's everybody light our intention candles and do send up prayers, send up whatever it is that you send up. I am just glad that so many of my recommendations have ended up on the channel. Yes, I appreciate it. I would say not everything is this weird, but it's I read is this weird, but would it be true? I mean, you know the kind of stuff that we read here. We've read weirder things, I'm sure. Maybe a different kind of weird, but what in the world is this? Is the new Goosebumps about to release? I need to do more research into that. I think we're about to get a new Goosebumps. Anyway, an unauthorized fan treatise is what we're reading tonight. I have logged that we are reading it. By the way, this is book 100 for us. Hi, Noah. I'm listening to this while crocheting a doll of the first Black Barbie. Woo! That's super cool. Hi, Ellery. I can't imagine whatever this is could possibly be as cursed as My Immortal or Model Land. Oh, when we read My Immortal, it's gonna be so cursed. It's gonna be so cursed. This is a web novel in the form of a blog. We're reading the blog of Gotti Writes. That's how I've decided to say it because we're not sure. Who is convinced the two male leads in a fictional TV show, Locke and Ness, are in a relationship. She has made it her personal mission to rescue them from the closet. Rescue, yes. Yes, that very, very helpful thing that real humans do sometimes. This reminds me, we read the prologue last night. I'm going to reread it for those who weren't there because we didn't plan to read the prologue last night, so you would be understood for missing it because we were going to play our second Nancy Drew game and then I couldn't get it to work. It's working now, so we'll have to play it at a later date. But yeah, since we had a little bit of extra time at the end of our stream with nothing to do, we read the prologue and then decided that we wanted to come back and read the whole thing tonight. So, hi, Jonathan, dropping by to comment for algorithm support. Thank you. The algorithm support is very, very appreciated. Why would this be cursed? There is also a murder involved. There is also the details of which will be revealed later. Oh, so outing them, assuming actually LGBT in the first place. Yeah. Essentially, yes. Yep. Yeah, this is very, for those who weren't here to read the prologue with us, I was like, whoo, this is like taking me right back to the days of like Dan and Phil fandom and just being like, oh God, my fight or flight is a little bit up. But yeah. Ooh, I didn't put the donation link, did I? I need to do that first. And then we can get to the fun stuff. Okay. There we go. There's that. Okay. I'm just going to copy and paste this into our live stream and pin it. Hi, Amanda Bear. Will I get Super Hulock flashbacks? Most likely, yes. It's so painfully real to like the Tumblr era for those of us who grew up in that era. So welcome. Grab a snack, grab a drink. Let's see. Yep, this is book 100. After tonight, assuming we finish our book tonight, we will be able to say that we have covered 100 books on this channel. Which I think is pretty cool, considering in the first place, we never thought we'd be covering any books. And yet, here we are. What am I looking for? That's what I'm looking for. Oh my god, my bangs just do not want to do what they're supposed to do. It's frustrating when people go, the sexuality of others is no one's business, to then go, the celebrity is gay and needs to come out. If they say they aren't, they are just scared and closeted. Yeah. D&D update. My D&D session ended on a cliffhanger. The guest character betrayed the party, and now my druid is actively in the process of being murdered. Oh. Yeah, Tumblr era. Tumblr, if you missed out on that, was a fun little, I guess it still is, but it's not nearly as popular anymore. Fun little microblogging website where teenagers would get on, me being one of the teenagers, and talk about their favorite shows. It was a lot of Doctor Who, Supernatural, and Sherlock. Those were the Super Wholock. Those were the three big ones at the time, and there were others. But basically, it was a lot of fandom stuff. There is a very vocal subset of Taylor fans convinced she is secret lesbian who's leaving coded messages to her songs about being gay. It's concerning. Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't consider myself a Swiftie necessarily, but I do, obviously Taylor Swift has so much music, and I have friends that are huge Swifties who have given me the whole rundown. And it's a lot. Yep. There's a lot of examples of this in a lot of fandoms. Yeah. This happens a lot. I'm pulling up. Here we go. This is what I wanted to pull up. Here we are. Moving my this over. So that's there. Woo! Like I'm rolling the first of the death saves top of the next week's session. Oh, good luck. I'm so nervous for you. Oh god, that reminds me of the Harry Styles Louis. Oh god, I blocked that one out. I was a little too old for or at least I thought I was a little too old for One Direction when One Direction was out. But my little cousin was in love with Niall Horan. In love. And so I heard all of the Directioner drama through conspiracy stuff is most likely the inspiration. This is very Larry conspiracy. Let me just share this. And if you've never, because I'm gonna be real, I feel kind of old. I've never read a web serial quite like this, so the fact that it's oriented like a legal affidavit that is then referencing the blog of a teenager, it took me a second for my brain to like recalculate. But I think I got it, so I'm gonna do my best. Apologies if I get something a little bit wrong. What type of music do you like? I listen to everything, really. I was just talking about Sleep Token with my brother because we're both kind of obsessed right now. But I listen to everything. I love Peach PRC. I love Iniko. Those are two big ones for me right now. I listen to a lot of Bad Omens. You've probably seen me wear my Bad Omens hoodie that I got at their concert last October. Yeah, I kind of listen to a little bit of everything. Larry the Cute. Wait, what about Larry the Cute? Really? Now I'm getting super excited to read this. Oh, we're all excited. Literally ended the session with my druid being hit. Oh, 7 consecutive attacks. Yikes. Oof. Oh, I hope your druid pulls through. I'm so concerned now. Oh, gosh. But yes, just a reminder before we get in, we are raising money all this month, hence why I'm streaming all this month, every day for the Trans Housing Coalition, which is a nonprofit grassroots organization here in Atlanta, which helps trans and non-binary individuals who are experiencing chronic homelessness into permanent housing and wraparound gender-affirming community support. So we love that. We stand that. And that's the thing. That's the little bar that you see up here. So, if you feel so inclined and are able to, donate if you can. If not, just being here watching, commenting, liking, all that good stuff helps get this around. So, she would have been insta-killed if it hadn't attuned to an item. Oh, wow. That's scary. I have certain characters that I love so much that I've just told my DMs, like, look, this one has plot armor. I know, but, like, this one has plot armor. You can't kill this one. Nope. This is not fan fiction. This is a web serial, completely original work, based around people who are a little too into the fan fiction space. It is a 1 like equals 1 prayer for your druid. Yes. 1 like equals 1 prayer for Ellery's druid. But alright, here is an unauthorized fan treatise on the nature of the relationship between actors Rob Hennings and Nathan O'Donnell on TV show Loch and Ness by Gotti Writes. Again, these are fictional people on a fictional show, and this is a work of fiction. I'm going to reread the prologue for those of you who were here last night. If you're like, I'm having deja vu, it's because I'm rereading this just so that the VOD will have it all in one place for people watching back. Hi, replay crew. And anybody who missed the setup last night can be in the loop with us. So, case 213-CV- a whole bunch of numbers. Document 4 filed 16/1/20. I'm an American. We do month, date, year. So my dumbass American brain was like, "What 16? What the fuck is the 16th month?" It's the 16th of January, 2020. I caught up eventually. Page 1 of 285. United States District Court, Eastern District of California. The following documents have been submitted as evidence into the murder trial 213 CV-45524-PAD. I feel like Emily D. Baker. This is so cool. Variety.com. NBC picks up supernatural drama pilot starring Anya Thomas for 2 series. NBC has given 2 series order to its supernatural drama pilot, Loch and Ness, starring Anya Thomas. The series is based on the best-selling novel series of the same name published by HarperCollins. This marks NBC's first pilot to get a series pickup this year. The series was also featured... Close this down. The series will also feature British TV regular Nathan O'Donnell with newcomer Rob Hennings co-starring opposite Thomas. Loch and Ness tells the story of 2 LAPD detectives in a world where the supernatural live amongst us. Lyra Locke Thomas is a banshee and her partner Jaden Ness Hennings is a Selkie. O'Donnell plays Fang, their werewolf criminal overlord enemy. The 13-episode series will start airing September 2017. Gotti Writes post, Tumblr, just watched the first episode of Loch and Ness, and oh my god, it was so good. It's so much better than the books. I love Jaden and Fang. Which are the big fan accounts I should be following? I want to read all the fic. 0 notes. The AV Club. Loch and Ness keeps surprising us with twist after twist. After a slow first episode, NBC's new high-concept show ended this week with a spectacular season finale. Loch and Ness has consistently found good ratings, growing episode on episode, and was one of the biggest success stories of the fall 2017 season. The show raised the stakes each week and ended last night with an intriguing twist in the season finale. It has already been renewed for a second season and has been described by critics as the next Supernatural. It certainly has all the makings of a long-running network standby. Anybody getting flashbacks to Super Hulock yet? Yeah, we don't know who is murdered yet. We just know that there has been a murder. Basically, the character 12 health. Whoa, 118 damage. Oh, ouch. Sunny Winslow finally had enough of Dawn, so she punched her lookout point. Yeah. As she should, Patrick. Yep. I think Patrick just wrote my favorite fanfic I've ever heard. All right. Series lead Rob Hennings is the standout star of the show. Hennings, 25, was a newcomer to acting before being cast in the lead role as Jaden Ness. He's had a meteoric rise to fame, having already hosted Saturday Night Live and appeared 3 times on The Tonight Show, where his performance of Thank You Next went viral, gaining 90 million views. He has been nominated for the People's Choice Award for Outstanding Performance by a Male Actor in a Drama Series and Best Actor in a Show in the MTV Movie and TV Awards. Anya Thomas, 23, plays Lyra Locke, the other title role. Her nuanced performance has already garnered murmurs of an Emmy win. It was recently announced that she will be starring in the next Harry Potter franchise box office release. The rest of the cast include Nathan O'Donnell, 34, a British actor who has had small roles in many other TV shows, including Star Files and The Doctor and The Lady, before being cast in the breakout role of Fang. He has found a loyal group of followers who made the Twitter topic #ReleaseFang trend earlier this year when the character was arrested by detectives Locke and Ness in a cliffhanger ending in episode 6. The second season is slated for fall 2018, and it seems likely that there are more good things ahead for Locke and Ness. People Magazine. Meet our new crush, Rob Hennings. The hot young star of NBC's Locke and Ness has captured all our hearts, especially since he was seen on a date with Disney Channel's Nikki Shelley. The Lovebirds were seen holding hands in Central Park on a romantic lunchtime stroll. Nikki hasn't had much luck in love recently, but she clearly had stars in her eyes as she shared a bagel with the cutie. Rob plays sexy Selkie Jaden in the TV show, and first caught our attention during the many beach scenes where a lithe, shirtless Jaden transformed into his seal form. See our compilation of the best scenes here. Rob's role in the shape-shifting cop is only the tip of the iceberg in our giant crush, though. Rob has proven to be just as hot, charming, and fun in real life. He is often seen out partying with the rest of the cast, particularly Nathan O'Donnell. If you're not following Rob on Twitter, this is the perfect time to start, as he's a frequent, humorous poster, especially when exchanging flirty tweets with his new girlfriend. Have Nikki and Rob found true love? Nikki is appearing on Dancing with the Stars this summer, so hopefully swoon-worthy Rob will make a guest appearance to support her from the audience. It's too real. Yes, Silkies are from Norse mythology. Yep. Hang on. I gotta go back. I'm missing things in chat. Best California Diary fanfic. Yep. Possible. Oh, yeah. I don't think I need a darker California Diaries. Jesus. I'm already a fan of the fictional werewolf man. I know, right? If it frees us of Dawn, it can be as bad. It can be that. It can't be that bad. True. Very true. Oh, they're Celtic, not Norse. Okay. A sexy seal man, too. Irish family meant to have according to my great-grandmother. Aw. I hate how non-fiction this fic feels. I know, right? Yes, banshees are Celtic. Damn you, Google. All right. So, yes. Oh, we're just getting started. It's going to feel even more real. Um, Comments 9. Margot, this is not real. Gotti writes, Nathan and Rob are totally dating, right? I'm not the only one who thinks that, am I? It's totally obvious from their Twitters, right? Note 7. Why do you think that? I heard Rob was dating that Disney actress who got caught drunk driving. Gotti writes, firstly, the bandana thing. They keep wearing the same bandana in all the pop shots. You can see it's the same one. I love the typo because there's a tear in it, so they clearly live together. And also, Nathan totally went to Denver with Rob for like 6 weeks in March. Like, duh. Jessathon says, yeah, I'm going to need to see some receipts. Anonymous said, you said they went to Denver together, but I can't find anything about Denver when I Google it. Where are you even getting that? Source? I'm so confused. Gotti writes, replied, can you really not tell? Look at all the pics in my Lock and Nest tag. It's totally obvious they're together. There should be a Wikipedia article about this stuff. Okay, give me a few hours. I'll make a primer. Margot. Hashtag Rob Hennings. Hashtag Nathan O'Donnell. Hashtag Lock and Ness. Hashtag Lock and Ness. Hashtag NBC Lock and Ness. Gotti writes, posted the Denver trip. Someone sent me an ask wanting proof that Rob and Nathan are dating and asking how I know they went to Denver together. I just look at what they're both posting online really carefully. To be honest, in this case, I noticed something a bit odd. I'm not the only person who saw this. A few different people mentioned this in the hashtag Nathan O'Donnell Tumblr tag. I can't express, though, how entry level this stuff is. So this March, Rob went to film another project in Denver for 6 weeks. I'm pretty sure that Nathan went with him, even though he kept posting pictures and tweets referencing places in LA, like this one. At Nathan O'Donnell. Gobbled down this adorable werewolf-themed red velvet cupcake from the Hummingbird Bakery today. Embracing the true spirit of Fang's secret werewolf cake connoisseur, it was delicious. I highly recommend a visit. This limited edition werewolf cupcake had actually sold out a month earlier, as you can see on the bakery's Instagram. Nathan can't have taken this picture in March. He must have visited a month before and saved the photo to post when he was having a nice, relaxing vacation. Rob also posted 2 things which implied he was on dates with someone in Denver on Instagram posts where he took a picture of a fancy meal in a restaurant captioned, date night. He also tweeted, we're having a quiet night after a full day on set. I came home today to a homemade lasagna. Swoon. Clearly, a romantic partner was staying with him in Denver. Nikki Shelley, the celebrity he's supposedly dating, was seen filming in Hollywood at the time. Based on how much Nathan's Twitter was trying to imply that he was in LA, it makes sense that that it's him and they're keeping it quiet. Is that enough evidence for you? Gotti. Honestly, Holly says, okay, sure, Jan. Livy B says, can you write more, please? This is so good. Gotti writes, I guess. Other people have done stuff like this in the tag, though. Livy B says, but you explain everything with all the links and stuff. I only started liking Rob last week. I had no clue about any of this. It's super handy. Jessathon says, okay, you totally convinced me. What else have you noticed that I missed? Marcella Gem said, and on your right, you see what reaching looks like. This is such a stretch. Just because Rob is with someone and Nathan forgot to post a cupcake a few weeks ago is not evidence of anything except your own overactive imagination. Anonymous said to Gotti writes, I think I found a pic of Rob in his university graduation. It was on the UCLA website because I'm thinking of applying there, and I saw this, and then the link. That's him in the 3rd row, right? Ah, he looks so young, my small son. I'd never seen this before. Thanks for sharing. Does anyone know what he's studying at UCLA? Margot. Oh gosh, I don't even know. Bash Howard Appreciation Society. I'm pretty sure he was doing law. Didn't he discuss it in an interview once? What are these ads, guys? Have you seen this interview in the August 2018 issue of Entertainment Weekly? It's really interesting. It shows a lot of banter between Rob and Nathan. Anya's in it too, but I cut her parts out because they aren't really relevant. You think you know the cast of Loch and Ness. You might be surprised. We join Rob Heddings, Anya Thomas, and Nathan O'Donnell on the set of season 2 to discuss pranks and the etiquette of trailer naps and catch all the behind the scenes gossip with our favorite paranormal detectives. Entertainment Weekly. So we just got to watch early cut of episode 1. Oh no, this is totally inspired by Larry Shippers. Milo is right. Oh no, yeah, no, Milo is correct. God, he is literally so unlikable. I hate her so much. I know, right? Of course, leave out the female lead. That's so Tumblr. I know, right? It's so accurate. I hate how real this is. I hate how real this is, but it's so good. Someone who was raised on Tumblr wrote this. Doesn't it look good? Everyone's killing this season. Nathan O'Donnell, I'm so hyped, man. Did you see the scene where redacted? RH, dude, you can't say that. NOD, oh right. RH, I can't believe you gave a spoiler in the first 5 seconds. NOD, EW, it's fine, we'll cut it out. NOD, oh good. Can you change everything I say to make me sound really cool too? EW, we'll do our best. RH, don't worry, man. Even when you're talking nonsense, the English accent makes you sound super classy. NOD, this is a text interview, isn't it? RH, dang. Guess you're all out of luck. EW, now I need to switch browsers to something that has my ad block on it because it's driving me crazy. I wanted to ask you about the action scenes. It's really amped up this season. Do you do your own stunts? I come from a background of action films, so I've been doing my own stunts for years. I'm very comfortable with it. Rob here, though. RH. Oh, I admit I'm a massive wuss. EW. You don't like stunts? RH. I can't think of anything I would like to do less. NOD. And that's even when I'm going easy on him. RH. Easy? I think I've still got a bruise on my thigh from last week. NOD. No comment. EW. So Jaden and Fang don't make up anytime soon. RH, they're very much still in the arch enemies stage of their relationship. Yeah, though I haven't seen the scripts for last few episodes, so there might still be a surprise alliance / wedding there. Who knows? EW, would you like to see Fang working with the detectives in the future? NOD, I do love playing the villain, but I think there's a lot of potential humor if Fang joined the team for real. He's a very funny character when he wants to be. RH, that would be a lot of banter. There would be a lot of banter. EW, what about behind the scenes? Does the rivalry carry on there? NOD, no, we're all buddies on set. We're a squad. Rob is definitely a bit of a set joker, pulling pranks on people, but that's too much work for me. I just try to kick back and relax when I can between takes. RH, catch a nap. We're always napping. It's terrible. NOD, it's the night shoots. They're a killer. I'm getting too old for them these days. Whereas Rob could stay up all night if he wanted, typing away on his laptop between takes. RH, I can't help it. I grew up online. I have an internet addiction. EW, are you all on Twitter a lot? RH, I'm tweeting as we speak. NOD, I don't really use it. Twitter is a bit fast paced for me, but Rob he's always online. I have no idea what he's doing most of the time. EW, really? What kind of stuff are you usually doing, Rob? RH, oh, just this and that. I did law at UCLA, so I try to keep up to date on big trials and legislative changes. I've got to keep my hand in the game. You never know when you'll get your last acting job. NOD, I'd let him represent me in court. He really knows his stuff. EW, you were just named Glamour Magazine's Sexiest Man of the Year 2018. I don't think you're in danger of being forgotten just yet. RH, oh, well, you know. I'm just here to have a good time, and Anya's right. We're all betting on Nathan stealing away my title next year. NOD, you're going to make me blush. EW, well, we'll let you get back to work. Thanks for chatting with us, guys. Alliance/wedding, and they nap together? He thinks Nathan is the sexiest man of the year. I love how it didn't even say that. And Nathan gushing over how clever Rob is at law school stuff. This is all getting filed in my Rob/Nathan receipts folder. Gotti. Locke lives. Please write more Robin meta posts. Silver Fox, your posts are so good. I keep linking my friends to them to prove that Rob and Nathan are dating. Gotti writes, I'm working on it. I want to do it right, though, since my posts have all started blowing up. I promise I'll post it soon. Sparrowhawk, y'all thirsty. Donald Fick, I don't think they're dating, but this interview is so cute. Nathan is such a cinnamon roll. Anonymous said, Gotti writes, did you see Rob's Twitter thread about being in fandom? At Rob Hennings, I've been involved in more than a few fandom flame wars over the years myself. He's one of us, OMG. Gotti writes replied, wow, I hadn't seen this. This is super cute. I wonder what fandom he was in. Gotti, notes. Gotti posted, so as you might have seen, Nathan and Rob were popped going into court in downtown LA yesterday. You can see the pictures here, though they're literally all over my dash right now, so I'm sure you won't struggle to find them. I have no idea what's going on, but I hope they're both okay. I've seen people guessing that they're in court as witnesses to a trial, but what trial could it even be? Have you guys heard anything? Jessathon writes, what? Do you think one of them has been arrested? Miss Daisy says, surely we would have heard something if they'd broken the law. Like, it would have been in the news, right? All right, Daily Mail Online. All the latest show business news and gossip around the world to browse at a glance. Lock and key. Rob Hennings and co-star Nathan O'Donnell keep it low-key in dark formal wear and sunglasses on an incognito trip to LA courthouse, reasons unknown. And then other headlines. Royal Holiday. New mom Meghan Markle proudly promotes body confidence and feminist views by showing off her flat postpartum tum in polka dot bikini and heart-shaped sunglasses on jaunt in southern France. Harry looks on adoringly in trunks and baseball cap. I'm going to say it again, like I said it last night. They never got that favorable of coverage. The British media hated them. Was always trying to make it seem bad for Meghan. Ed Sheeran says Met Gala should not be used as scapegoat for NYC traffic issues. And newly hired Bond boy Harry Styles unfollows him on Twitter. Exclusive. Sandra Oh and gal pals dine out at London sharing shrieks of laughter and wine coolers as series finale of Killing Eve breaks BBC viewing records. Have you say, can you use mindfulness to lose weight? Tell us what you think. Jesus Christ. The Meghan Markle headline. This is so fucking wild and I don't know how to feel about it. I know, right? Same. I feel a lot of things. Oh, hang on. I'm going to switch to my other browser, which is going to help with the pop-ups because they are super distracting for me. I'm sorry if they're also distracting for you. Yeah, the lore on this one goes so deep. If it helps, Ellery, you're supposed to hate it. Yeah. Yeah, this is accurate. One of the pops put up some video footage of R and N going into court. It's hard to make out what they're saying because they aren't facing the camera, but I think I caught a few words. Rob, indistinct. After the trial? Nathan, unknown. Rob, it'll be fine. Nathan, maybe I couldn't do this without you? Rob, I know. Nathan, I promise. They're totally dating, right? One of them is clearly a witness to a case or something, and the other is supporting his partner. I love them. This is such a good psychological thriller because it's like striking a chord in a way that I've never truly seen something strike a chord with me before. And I think it's because most of us here have lived through this. I'm so confused. How do you know they're together? What does that have to do with court trial? Kim Lee says, what are they in court for again? Jared girl. I'm not over. Jared girl says, I didn't even realize they were dating. What the hell? Gotti writes, how do you still not get it? Okay, let me write up something about this. Tessa Tip says, I can't believe they're together. I hadn't even realized. My posts about Rob and Nathan have started blowing up since the pair were spotted at court. It's causing a lot of people to realize there's something going on between them at last. Everyone is freaking out and getting all the facts wrong, so I've started writing up a little starter guide about Rob and Nathan. I'm posting it on a WordPress blog here because I think it's going to get long, and soon as I started, I realized I need to do it right and start from the very beginning. Otherwise, everyone is just going to be totally confused. Plus, my nerdy brain demanded I included citations too, but footnotes are not something that Tumblr's inept platform supports. Miss Daisy says, yes, I've been waiting for this. Minaj Madness says, I've been totally convinced they're dating since the BTS footage. I'm so ready for this. Yo Yummy Mummy says, when are we going to find out why they're in court, though? Where's your essay about that? Gotti writes, I know, I'm dying to find out. Surely something will leak. Some info soon. Where are the law firm fangirls at? That's the prologue, guys. We're in the prologue. Yeah, no, I'm blocking the toe fungus ads. I was using my Microsoft Edge browser because that's my stream specific browser, but my ad block isn't on that one, so I was just kind of like, we'll just use this one. It's fine. I really would rather not see the toe fungus ads. We're leaving the prologue but staying in hell. All right, here we go. Chapter 1, guys. Chapter 1, The Undeniable Facts. I haven't read this far yet. We just read the prologue last night. I think Milo's the only one here that knows what's coming. This reminds me of the way people used to talk about Shawn Mendes and any guy he was... Oh, yeah, yeah, that was insane. That was insanity. And then was like, no, guys, I'm actually not, I'm actually into girls. Everybody was like, actually, he's homophobic. I remember that super clearly. Oh, my God. It's very Dan and Phil in the fandom of, look, you can tell that this, and you can tell that they're wearing the same shorts, and the this, and the that. No. Oh, yeah, a lot of people had that happen to them. Very strange. The internet is sometimes it just feels like the internet is a mistake, you know? Case 213 dash blah 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 blah, filed in this date, page 26 of 285. United States District Court, Eastern District of California, annotation from Exhibit A. These documents provide details of the known actions, the key witnesses, and suspects in the trial in the time leading up to the murder. No reference in the document is Case 1723-CV-34556-PAD, a matter of public record. An unauthorized fan treatise on the nature of the relationship between actors Rob Hennings and Nathan O'Donnell on TV show Lock and Nest. Chapter 1, The Undeniable Facts. Background. Even if you just clicked on a link to this essay randomly from Tumblr, you're probably aware that the TV show Lock and Nest, it has won 3 Emmys and been nominated for 6 more, and it is one of the most lauded TV series of this century. NBC recently commissioned another 2 seasons. That's basically all you need to know to understand the context of this essay. Is it though? I decided to write after Rob and Nathan were seen entering an LA courthouse this week. We still don't know why they're there, but the incident has brought a lot of new people to the fandom. I've been seeing a significant amount of speculation about Rob and Nathan's relationship on Tumblr and Twitter by people who don't have all the facts. I couldn't find any complete source and cited resources to help educate new fans, so I decided to write one. My credentials. I've been a fan of Loch Ness since I was 12. When I read the first book with my mom, I've watched every episode as it aired, and I've been following the actors' social media accounts and the official show Twitter ever since. Because I've been in fandom and seen all the drama take place ever since the pilot aired, I knew what things to look for when I was writing this, even if I didn't exactly remember all the details at first. Also, it was a great excuse to use the skills I'm learning in journalism class. I'm a high school senior, but journalism is what I want to major in college. I wrote this with the help of some other long-term fans who reminded me of a few events I'd forgotten. My hypothesis. I must preface this by stating that I am not a shipper of Rob and Nathan. I am personally not a fan of real person fic, RPF, though I do write and read Jaden/Fang, hover over footnotes to read them or see the end of the post. However, I truly believe that Rob and Nathan are in a monogamous, committed relationship with each other, and I am certain that this has been intentionally concealed by their management and powers that be at Loch and Ness headquarters. I believe that Nathan and Rob have been purposefully kept in the closet against their will, and they have been trying to tell fans the truth for a very long time. Furthermore, I think that Rob is gay and Nathan is bisexual, and have evidence to support both of these claims. I hate this so much. I believe that my hypothesis is correct, as I am an unbiased, impartial observer who doesn't ship Rob/Nathan. Can't just see what is right in front of my eyes. If you don't agree, then you should examine your prejudices, as that isn't just homophobic, but aggressively heteronormative. Rob and Nathan have made their affection for each other eminently clear on a whole host of ways, and I am going to prove to the point by point through this essay. I am utterly convinced of the truth of my argument beyond the shadow of a doubt, but I'm not trying to persuade you. I have no vested interest in influencing your opinions either way. Only you can decide based on the evidence I'm presenting what you believe in your heart to be true. She's so crazy. She's the worst. I love this novel. The internet is a mistake. Case in point, this fic, my immortal, real person fanfic, is a genre at all. Shall I continue? Yeah. This disclaimer is so funny. She's such a liar. Oh my god. It's okay, Patrick. We'll see you. My credentials. I'm taking a journalism class, so I basically know everything. She's 17. And she literally is mentally deranged. Those are both sides of insanity. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like I need to just I'm tempted. I'm so tempted to put a disclaimer that's like content warning Tumblr. The Tumblr thing is on the thumbnail though, so I feel like people might not know what they're getting into, but they should probably have some idea of the general tone. She's like, if you don't agree with me, you're homophobic, but also I'm not here to convince you. The scary thing is there's so many people like this. I've seen it all my online life. Timeline as we know it. The proliferation of false and inaccurate information online has made the timeline of events incredibly muddled, and I have seen people sharing impossible and unbelievable facts about the supposed development of Rob and Nathan's relationship. Before we start, I want to share the factual timeline that we have so that everyone is on the same page about what information we are working from. This is based on filming and promotion schedules and excludes events referenced only on official social media accounts. Those sources of information are unreliable and may be serving a greater purpose with ulterior motives. We'll discuss this more in Chapter 4. Bookmark this page so you could refer back to the timeline, especially when I go into a breakdown of the estimated progress of the relationship in Chapter 18. This will explain what I have determined through extrapolation of the available evidence. This page will be updated as new information comes to light. If you believe you have something I've missed, leave a comment below or email me on gaudiwrites@margo.com. You have the right to remain anonymous if you do not wish to appear as a named source. 1984. Nathan O'Donnell is born in Brighton, England. 1993. Rob Hennings is born in LA, California, USA. 1999. The book Loch Ness, Coven Crime Conundrum is published by Ink Press. 2003. Nathan is cast in his first role in UK Channel 5 TV movie Christmas at Shell Cottage. 2004, Nathan marries a makeup artist who he met on a film set. 2006, NBC buys rights to the Loch Ness franchise. The project will remain tied up in contract negotiations for the next 10 years. 2007, Nathan gets divorced. 2010, the 10th and final Loch Ness book, Secret Siren Senses, is published. 2011, Rob starts an undergraduate degree at a University of California, Los Angeles. I can't wait to hear how all of these dates, every single one of them, is pertinent to the theory. 2013, Nathan wins an Emmy for his supporting actor role in Silent Watcher. A week later, he, and more likely his publicist, creates a Twitter account at Nathan O'Donnell. 2015, Rob graduates with a law degree from the University of California, Los Angeles. Cited source. 2016, initial casting begins on the Loch Ness TV series. Anya Thomas is cast first, and Nathan O'Donnell signs on a week later. It takes another 2 months before an open casting discovers newcomer Rob Hennings. February 2017, Nathan moves to LA from the UK and pre-production begins. Rob and Nathan meet for the first time during screen tests. A Twitter account is made for Rob as @RobHennings. Rob and Nathan's accounts follow each other the same day. March 2017, filming begins. Rob and Nathan go to dinner with the cast and crew at least 3 times over the course of March, based on social media posts by Anya. September 2017, the first season of Loch Ness airs on NBC. 5 interviews with Rob and Nathan are recorded, including a banter-filled pre-movie ad roll that ran in Cinemax theaters November to January. October 2017, official Instagram accounts are made for Rob and Nathan as Rob L&N and Nathan L&N. The first post is a selfie of them with Anya. January 2018, filming on season 2 begins. Nathan accidentally posts a screenshot taken from his phone on Twitter showing off a new Loch Ness poster. There's an unread text message from Rob at the top of the photo screen, which begins, "Hi, babe." February 2018. Rob goes on 3 dates in NYC with an ex-Disney Channel actress, Nikki Shelley. They are popped on all 3 dates, and they never are seen together again. March 2018, filming ends on season 2. Rob goes to film another project on location in Denver. Nathan is not seen in public for the entire 6 weeks that Rob is away, though his tweets indicate he is supposedly still in LA. See Chapter 3. April 2018, the first promotional events of season 2 start with a panel at Comic-Con. A fan asked Nathan if he is single. Specifically, they asked if he had any babes in his life, which made me LOL. Nathan makes eye contact with Rob before shaking his head. Neither of them offers a vocal response. May 2018, Rob and Nathan record another round of press interviews together, including one video where it's possible they are holding hands under the table based on odd positioning of their elbows. June 2018, Nathan posts an Instagram photo while on holiday in the Maldives. Fan photo from the beach show him hugging a man in sunglasses and cap who has a similar build to Rob. July of 2018, Rob gets a tattoo of a constellation of stars on his left forearm and posts it online, tagging the tattoo artist. 3 weeks later, Nathan is seen at the gym with a tattoo of a moon in the same place. August 2018, I start writing this essay, and my studying slows down significantly. October 2018, Season 2 due to start airing. Congratulations if you made it this far, and thanks for reading. I've written the next 5 chapters of this essay already, and I'm going to post one a week. There's probably going to be 22 chapters in total. If you fancy, please buy me a coffee. See above, not so subtle reference to employment status, Margot. Sources trust me, bro. She'll try and diagnose everyone. Yes. Don't let her take a psychology course. I don't ship Rob/Nathan, but here's a novel length essay on why they're totally in love. Gotti has to be one of my favorite characters I've read recently. I genuinely love books with an absolutely immoral and awful protagonist. It's such a great example of the unreliable narrator, right? She really went, let me give you a timeline of their relationship. In the beginning, there was nothing, and then there was light. Say, Milo, it's why the Cersei chapters in A Song of Ice and Fire are the best. Absolutely deranged and hypocritical with how awful she is and how highly she thinks of herself. LOL. Goodbye, guy. I find her hypothesis untrue. It's just weird, right? Like, this is such a good psychological thriller because I am creeped out currently. This is like the Black Mirror thing of, like, it's so creepy because it hits a little too close to, like, what we've all seen in the real world, you know? I can't imagine having this much time. What's it like to have this much time to worry about this stuff? Footnotes. 1. I'm ashamed to admit that I used to ship Lyra Jaden when I was younger, though. It's mortifying, actually. What was I thinking? See photo. That's the mortifying thing. See photos of the graduation ceremony on the UCLA website. Here's the third row. He's the third row back. Thanks to an anonymous tip on Tumblr for this photo. Info taken from IMDb Pro behind the paywall. See screenshot here. A recording of their screen test is available on the Season 2 Blu-ray and Easter egg. You can watch it on YouTube. A choice quote. Rob, yo, am I gonna have to get as hench as him if you cast me? Nathan, I think you've got the lithe and slinky thing going for you instead. Rob, I'll take that. Honestly, the whole thing feels like they're competing with James Dean and Paul Newman for title of most homoerotic screen test ever. Quote from interview 1 from Rob. The best part of working on Locke and Ness is definitely getting to know the rest of the team. Nathan is a ball, and Anya is darling. We have a right laugh. Nathan in particular has really helped a little newbie me feel at home in the scary new world of a TV set. 6, quote from interview 2 from Nathan. There's such a great energy between all of us in the main cast. We crack each other up. It drives the producers mad. I don't think I've ever had such fun on a set, to be honest. And quote from interview 3 from Anya. Rob and Nathan are like two peas in a pod. I've caught them napping in each other's trailers before. I could do without the pranks, though. 8. This tweet is was obviously deleted straight away, but it has been archived in a few places. I've uploaded it to my Google Drive just in case the NBC lawyers issue more takedown notices. They must have been so mad at Nathan for this. By the way, he wasn't supposed to share the poster for another month either, so he did a double leak. 9. They exchanged social media comments a few times, but stated above, I have reason to believe that social media evidence is unreliable. Like this social media evidence. 10. You can clearly see his eye line in the 3 different videos from audience members spread out across the auditorium. It's obvious if you compile all 3 that he can only be looking at Rob, which is very unusual. 11, which is very unusual, especially for Rob's chatterbox hennings. There's nothing more Tumblr than using multiple points to make just one point, right? 10, 11, and 12 is all the same point, but they're listed as 3. 12, I've screenshotted this for you and outlined their arm placement under the table in blue. Excuse my crappy MS Paint skills with a Z. I'm good at journalism, not graphic design. Comments 156. Not to be that person TM, but I'm going to need to see some sources. Anonymous says, where is the evidence for a relationship? You're making this whole thing up. You're going to get sued. Fantastic Books AWTFT says, I would like to thank not only God, but also Jesus for this gift. I'm sobbing right now. Tiny Shaz says, someone's getting sued. Why would you start posting this when they're clearly caught up in some kind of legal issue? They'll definitely be checking for hearsay online and filing takedown notices. Anonymous says, yikes, I only heard about this whole thing today, but it's nice to see that fandom once again shipping the 2 straight white guys and completely erasing the female lead from her own show, not to mention the actually queer and out actors on the show. Great progressive work, gang. Give yourselves a pat on the back. Anonymous, they're shipping RPF, real person fic, and you want to talk about morals? Yeah, okay. Anya is probably glad they don't care about her. This is a massive invasion of privacy. Anonymous also says they're fetishizing homosexuality. That's why they only care about Nathan and Rob. It's because they think they're hot. They're not allies, so of course they're not going to be diverse. Anonymous says, why are you lot even here? Get out of the sand pit if you're just going to throw sand in people's eyes. Some of us actually love and support Robin and just want to make sure that they're happy. We're not doing anything wrong. We don't need this kind of sanctimonious crusade from some random lurker. Anonymous says, are we really going to discuss whether they're dating for 22 chapters? I'm only here to find out why they're in court. Gotti writes, I'm trying to find out. I have no sources that you don't have. I'm going to drive to LA tomorrow and see what I can find out at the courthouse. I looked them up online, and any members of the public can view the trial, so we'll see what I can uncover. Christ almighty. Holy shit. We're going to chapter 2 immediately. Creepy as people who still have fan accounts dedicated to Emma Stone and Andrew Garfield as a couple, right? They broke up. She's married with a kid. Please leave them alone. I didn't realize she was married. Good for her. Married with a kid. Good for her. Probably has no IRL friends, so she's got a lot of time. Yeah. It's the uncanny valley effect, yeah. It's like a Black Mirror episode, yep. Actual arm placement. Oh, Anon voice of reason. Thank you. Yes. That anonymous source is the true hero in this story. Chapter 2, Evidence of Nathan's Sexuality. Oh, God. Oh, it's gonna be such a long night. Chat. I Oh, by the way, I thought it was appropriate for the reading material of tonight. I have my Jessica Fletcher mug that says, "If there is a murder, yo, I'll solve it." Dual arm placement is the new sexy ankles. And now she's going to stalk them in LA. No, why? LOL. I've seen so many situations where fans have leaked actors' homes online. And then when people called them out for how shitty that is, they went, "But they're public figures, guys. I'm not doing anything wrong. They shouldn't have been famous if they didn't want me to stalk their house and dox them." All right, Gotti writes. This is on, looks like, August 18th. Wait, no, August 27th of 2018. I'm not good at reading this format of thing. Wow, this is getting some hate in the comments, and we're only on chapter 2. You're not going to like where this is going. Sorry, Anonymous. Say this kind of thing is weird and stalkery and fetishizing homosexuality. I'm just a journalist. I write about what people are interested in reading. This has got thousands of hits in just a few days, so I think the numbers speak for themselves. That is the most Jake Paul argument ever. It's getting so many views. How could it be problematic? And because people keep asking for receipts, I want to point out that every claim I make is going to be backed up with references from original sources, which I found by checking internet data, archives such as the Wayback Machine, as well as searching the current existing social media accounts of relevant players. All evidence is included as embedded hyperlinks leading to Google Drive PDF files, which are downloads of how the web pages appeared saved at the time I quoted them. I've done this instead of linking directly to the sites just in case the essay gets popular enough that people start locking their posts or taking blogs down. You can follow the links at the top of the PDF to check I'm telling the truth. If you wish, everything is still online as of today. Nothing is made up. This is all real, I promise. Source, trust me, bro. Another important note for everyone who keeps saying I'm going to get sued, all of the information included in this essay is publicly available and legal. I have not broken any privacy laws, and as far as I'm aware, none have been broken to provide the information included in my sources. If you know anything that suggests otherwise, please let me know immediately so that I can remove the sources. I would rather this guide be incomplete than be taken down entirely by anyone's lawyers. Okay, now that the housekeeping's out of the way, let's get on to the good stuff. Also, thanks for all the coffees. I am sufficiently caffeinated to write the next chapter. Now imagine me hyperactively tip-tapping away on my shitty laptop while you read. Social media analysis. As I will discuss further in Chapter 4, it is incredibly likely that most of Rob and Nathan's social media posts are written by publicity and PR professionals working on behalf of the management at NBC to forward their preferred narrative. It is unknown whether Rob and Nathan approve of this narrative or whether it is contractual obligation beyond their control. Because of this, I personally find it hard to accept any social media posts as hard evidence. It is very likely that they are totally falsified or at least tainted with a cloud of suspicion. However, I think they contain information which is still worth noting, particularly in regards to their sexuality. Let's start with Nathan. He's a much less frequent social media user than Rob. We'll come to him later. He deserves his own chapter, so I'll have to... So it's hard to prove his sexuality. Christ. Personally, I think that he's bisexual, as we know that he's attracted to women. He was married from 2004 to 2007, and his makeup artist ex-wife sold a tell-all to Life and Style in 2017 when he got really famous. It's very clear that their marriage was real just from the quotes. TV star Nathan O'Donnell's ex-wife spills the beans on the split in an exclusive interview in the new issue of Life and Style. Jessica Stemfley 37, divorced the Loch Ness actor, 34 in 2007, after a 4-year relationship. It was mutual, she says. That's what everybody says. We realized how incompatible we were. We were progressing at different rates. She revealed that Nathan, who was 23 at the time of their divorce, hadn't been ready to have kids. He was more focused on the moment and didn't like to discuss the future. Jessica also likes to travel, and Nathan is more of a homebody. Apparently, O'Donnell wooed the Welsh beauty with dick pics and Netflix and chill. It worked, she admits. We hooked up a few days after we met on set of Silent Watcher. He asked for my number and texted me the same day. She slammed the lack of effort, saying, "He's a charmer, but he does have an ugly side. He didn't contribute much to the housework and spent all his time tinkering in the garage with this awful sports car that never once worked. He used to go for long drives in the country when he wanted to be alone, and I wouldn't hear from him for 14 hours at a time. It was very stressful. I always worried that something had happened to him." In the end, they became estranged, and after a 6-week period where O'Donnell was away from home to film a project on location, they admitted that their marriage had failed, and they were happier apart. Neither of us has dumped the other. It was mutual. I love how sketchy Nathan's vibes are, and it's all going over everyone's head because they're like, but are they gay? Afterwards, she was so burned by the divorce that it took her a whole year to recover enough to date again. That's not a long time, I don't think. I've never been divorced, but you know. She's now happily married to a director with twin boys. Good for her, fictional lady. Good for you. Jessica revealed she wasn't salty that the pair were no longer an item. It's not like Nathan is the one that got away. I don't want to sound like I'm bashing him. I have some great memories. The breakup was hell, but I had a lot of fun with him. I don't regret it. She's glad that she wasn't with him at the peak of his fame, saying, "I couldn't handle dating him now. I value my privacy. It would never have worked." She admitted that she's very happy he's found such success, though. I see him around sometimes when he's in the UK visiting his mum and sister. We're in the same social circle. We get on fine. I'm just glad he's doing well. O'Donnell is currently single. I'm filming season 2 of Loch Ness in LA with co-stars Rob Hennings and Anya Thomas. We know that Nathan is attracted to women from this article. However, there is some evidence that Nathan also has same-sex attraction to Rob at the very least. So let's get back to more recent history after Rob and Nathan actually met. I want to yeet this fictional fangirl, right? Yes, let's totally ignore Nathan's creepy activity. Ah, yes, inherent romance of dick pics. Yeah, I'm now interested in the fictional show. She's totally making an apology video where she wipes away fake tears and goes, "I'm so sorry. I will do better. Never meant to take the purpose of her content is always to entertain. So like that's what all of her haters are forgetting." Oh, I'm sorry you're cold, Laser. I keep forgetting that it's winter there. Um I just audibly laughed at I'm just a journalist. This story escalates very quickly, LOL. It goes straight from fan blog to stalking. Yeah, that's a fine line, you know. Those two things exist in a fine parallel. Written equivalent of found footage horror films like Blair Witch. Yes, it's very cool. It's a fictional show in at least one of Lauren James's other books. I love that it's an extended universe, practically. Oh, oh, oh. Sorry, my text started teching. It's fine. We're good. Rob Nathan interactions. Management wants us to believe that Rob and Nathan are close colleagues and nothing more. In this section, I'm going to present evidence from press interviews and social media posts that, despite management's best efforts, suggest otherwise. These range from overtly romantic to subtextually homoerotic. If this is what's getting through the cracks, then imagine what we're not seeing. I don't know about you, but I'm not sure I could handle it. Firstly, I want to present a transcript from the very first interview Rob and Nathan did together. Sorry for any mistakes, I transcribed this from the video myself. It's worth going and watching the video for yourself. Pay attention to the way they look at each other in this clip at 12 seconds. It will be important later. Interviewer, how excited are you two about the pilot? Rob, so excited. Nathan, I can't remember a more hyped launch for anything I've worked on. Having the existing fan base from the books has just been fab in getting the word out about Loch Ness. Interviewer, I bet. Had any of you read the books before you were cast? Rob, oh yeah. Nathan, I hadn't, but Rob was like a super fan. Rob, I know Fang better than even Nathan knows him, I'm pretty sure. Nathan, don't you ever. Literally 5 seconds where they just smirk at each other. Interviewer, do you have any ideas about what you want the show? Wait, do you have any ideas about where you want the show to go if it gets renewed? Any romantic ships? Rob looks off screen. Rob, I agree with Anya and Jaden. Lyra and Jaden have such a spark. I can't wait to see the chemistry between all the characters captured on screen. There's a lot to unpack here. Firstly, if you follow Rob's eyeline during the interviewer's question about romantic ships, you'll notice that he looks off screen before answering. Both he and Nathan do this multiple times during their interviews as they check with their PR management to confirm that they are allowed to answer. It's highly likely that they've both undergone significant media training to teach them how to answer questions from the press. On a few occasions, they give identical answers to questions during separate interviews. I've seen a few people claim that this is because they're in love and copying each other's language. Nope, guys. It's just a sign of the ridiculously high level of control that management has over their publicity and everything they say. We'll come back. We'll circle back. Despite this, it's clear that even at this early date, there was some level of attraction between the pair. Nathan's smirk to Rob at 12 seconds and his sexual innuendo during the interview make that clear. Whether it's conscious or subconscious at this point in time is another question. Let's skip ahead to April 2018 to a season 2 press junket where Rob compliments Nathan, who leans over and kisses Rob's cheek. Is that the action of straight colleagues? Physical displays of affection between men are incredibly rare, and I'm sure that Nathan was reprimanded for this after the interview. It seems to go against every rule that management has had in place for their public personas. Fellas, is it gay to kiss your homie on the cheek? It's basically what she just said. It looks to me... Oh my god, we get fake tweets! We get fake tweets. I love this so much. I love this. I keep having to confer with chat because this shit is wild. Girl, have you not heard of looking off in the distance to form a thought? I know, right? This is like so teenager version of like how celebrity works, how life works. It looks to me that despite his training, Nathan just couldn't help himself here. At that moment in time, he absolutely had to touch Rob, so he played it off like it was a joke. It was a risky move, but I think Nathan would agree with me that it was worth it. He clearly wanted to indicate to the fans that we are being lied to and that we aren't being told the whole story in the only way he could. This is some like flat earther circular logic, which is ironic that the flat earthers have circular logic, but you know what I mean. There are multiple interviews with details like this, like the above. It's incredibly obvious to anyone looking for clues. In another notable season 2 interview, Nathan asks what kind of girls he likes, and he answers in gender neutral pronouns. You'd have to try very hard not to notice that these men are more than just friends and that Nathan experiences same sex attraction. I've shown these clips to people or he just had a non binary partner once. I've shown these clips to people who aren't aware Rob and Nathan as a pop culture phenomenon, and they've immediately asked things like, how long have they been dating? That didn't happen. And does the blonde one know the other guy is in love with him? That didn't happen. If our boys are trying to be subtle, they are failing badly. Somehow, I don't think they're trying very hard. Their social media has a similar amount of evidence. In January 2018, Nathan tweeted the following lyric during Pride Month. The sun is out and I'm feeling swell. That's it. That's the tweet. The next line of the song is about someone coming out, not the most subtle there. He also posted a rainbow image on Instagram during Pride Month of this year, and he has accidentally liked several shirtless pictures of men, then quickly unlikes them when he realized his mistake. We all know about the infamous shared bandana incident, so I'm not going to go over that here. It was on TMZ if you've been living under a rock. And this one is just speculation, but it's one of my favorite facts. Just last month, Nathan posted a picture of him and Rob standing in front of a wall painted with a moon and stars mural. Yes, like their tattoos. As secret messages go, it doesn't get more blatant than that. Exploring LA with Rob Hennings today, and we found this amazing Starry Night mural. So cool. All of these incidents might not mean much in isolation, but taken as a whole, it's impossible to ignore the greater context of this. Nathan is a queer man. Personally, I am so proud that I get to live in a time when people like him and Rob are representing the LGBT plus community in pop culture. Next time, we'll look at the proof that Rob is gay. On another note, this morning I drove down to the courthouse they were seen at to do some in-person sleuthing. According to the receptionist, the courtrooms are mainly used by the Department of Immigration for their cases. I tried to sneak in to listen to the trial, but they didn't let me because I'm too young. I'm getting lunch right now and a coffee shop near the courthouse, so I can see whether I can overhear anything useful. Surely lawyers drink coffee? A note before I sign off. Please be kind in the comments. This is generally very well-meaning and caring fandom, but if you are coming to this essay from outside our community, I would ask that you behave with the kindness you would expect from an interloper of your own social circle. Footnotes. There's footnotes, guys. God, this reminds me of my ex being introduced to Teen Wolf around season 6 and obsessively shipping Cody, Christian, and Dylan Sprayberry just because their characters had chemistry. Girl, have you not heard of looking off into this? I know, right? Journalism isn't her cup of tea, but I feel she'd be great at writing smut novels. Oh, yeah. Stalk men. Okay, then. I mean, she drove herself there, and she's 17, so they might not know. We don't know how far away from LA she is. So we don't know if this could be like a day trip, and she just told her parents that she's like at a friend's house, you know? Footnotes run by archive.org, who are excellent and deserve all your donations. Servers aren't cheap, and internet history is worth recording too. 2. Accept videos, but even then, there are exceptions. Anything that mentions a specific product is definitely sponsored and scripted, and anything posted during publicity season should be handled with caution. We all remember the Valentine's Day card fiasco that turned out to be sponsored by Hallmark. It nearly put half the fandom in a hospital due to the emotional turmoil. 3, the fact that their Instagram account username literally includes L and N says a lot about how intrinsically their social media presence is linked to the show. 4, Anya in the interview too talking about Lyra, but I cut her part out because it's not really relevant. You can watch it here if you want to get the full picture. 5, I think they managed it. Here's the dialogue of a scene in season 1, episode 8. Jaden, nope, no, absolutely not. Are you kidding? This is not happening. Fang, do you ever shut up? Jaden, I just spent 6 months undercover as in an ocean selkie colony. It's nice actually being able to speak again. And I repeat, nothing is going to make me agree to this. You're insane. Literally. Mentally unbalanced. I should call a doctor or something because the way you're acting, it's worrying me. There's... Fang, Jesus, please stop. Jaden, so it's decided. We'll use my plan. Right, Fang? Right? Fan, fine. But Locke stays here. Jaden, deal. Hey, boys, road trip. We're gonna have a great time. Fang, I've changed my mind. Fang. Jaden, nope, we're doing this. 6, Rob also joked in this video about his recent bearding relationship with Nikki Shelley, but it's very clear that that the smile doesn't reach his eyes. I hate when fans don't like when somebody's dating somebody. And they're like, you can tell that they don't actually love them because the smile doesn't reach their eyes. They're not smiles. 7, notably, Rob is even more obvious in this regard and follows 3 different fitness accounts which post pictures of topless, muscular men on an hourly basis. That's a lot of nudity for a straight guy. He follows no female models or fitness inspo. Oh my god. Fuck. Sophie and Howell, good work on the sleuthing. I've donated some money to you so you can buy yourself a coffee in the courthouse coffee shop today or get some gas for the drive. I'll support you every step of the way in this mission, Margot. Anonymous, how are they representing the LGBT plus community? Neither of them are out, even if they are gay. Anonymous, Gotti, you bring so much to this fandom. Anonymous, you missed kind of an important part of that lyric tweet. The next thing Nathan posted said, missed my girl this week. So good to be back with her. This is the tweet. I love it. Not the super gay tweet you're trying to portray. If you're going to twist the evidence to prove your argument, at least try a bit harder. Back alley. Hey, weren't you the girl who got caught out plagiarizing fic a few years ago? Ooh, T. Gotti writes, that was fake. Some bitter fan was trying to drive me out of fandom. Back alley. Yeah, right. I wouldn't trust a word this girl says, guys. She's a liar. She's infamous for making hashtag drama. She just changes her username and starts again when she gets called out for it. Anonymous, have you seen this recording? Seems like something that'll be useful in a future chapter. Anonymous, you missed the flowers and the cuddling in Vegas. You need to mention those. Anonymous, so I got an internship at a PR agency that NBC hired that NBC hired to work on Rob's promo, and I managed to get a look at some of their files. They have photocopies of letters discussing the terms of Rob's contract, and it looks like he's under a morals clause that requires him to remain closeted while working on the Locke and Ness project. Then, for a year afterwards, his agent apparently tried to argue with NBC that this clause, saying it wasn't standard boilerplate term, but Rob agreed to the clause anyway. I guess as a new actor getting the lead on such a massive show, he didn't have much leverage. So basically, if he comes out, he risks being fired and being in breach of contract. Gotti writes, this is very not legal, you guys, but also so important. We have to highlight this kind of thing because it's crazy what production companies expect of their actors. This sheds a lot of light on Rob and Nathan's behavior. Yes, because somebody said it on the internet, so it's definitely true. Of course, he's going to vigorously deny the claims that he's gay. He's not an idiot. A lot of people have implied that the comments that they're weak for putting up with enforced closeting. They're not weak. They'd be breaking their contracts if to do otherwise. His livelihood is at stake. I bet they'll come out together as soon as the show ends. Anonymous. I read the cutest N/R fic today. Here. French plates, cookies, and Play-Doh. Chapter 1. Libby drawn Lock and Nest 2017 archive of our own. Oh no, we have fake fanfic. I can't. I don't know. I never stalked the celebrity. I'm fairly certain they let 17-year-olds courtroom in California. I could be wrong. I've never stalked a celebrity. I was wondering that too. I was like, is that a thing? Her parents let her get on a plane. Poor Anya. I feel bad for her because she is being ignored. I'm sure people who get ignored in this way by fandom are like, thank God. But it's just fucked. She's like, look at the facts, while straight up excluding facts that don't fit her narrative. Yes. Noah makes an excellent point. Seems like she's a better journalist than she gave credit for. Damn. That's some good shade. Is this a smut fic? Oh my god. We'll censor over it if it's a smut fic. Nathan crouched down, squeezing Eliza's shoulders. You're going to do great. I don't want to go. I want to stay home with you. Nathan winced. Hey now, you know you've got to work and Nana is busy today. Besides, kindergarten wasn't so bad. Oh, it's one of those where it's like they have a kid. This is so weird. These are real people. Well, these aren't real people, but people do this about real people. Eliza frowned down at her feet. It's going to be the same people, he said. All your friends, Becky and Vinit and Cho. Don't you want to see them all? It's not Mrs. Roberts, though, she mumbled. No, it's a new teacher. Do you want to go and meet him? She barely nodded, but Nathan took that as a yes and threw a tiny pink rucksack over his shoulder. The teacher was standing at the doorway welcoming the kids in. To Nathan's surprise, he was young and fit, wearing a plaid shirt and bow tie. A pair of horn-rimmed glasses were perched on the bridge of his nose. Nathan paused in his tracks, then carried on walking when Eliza tugged him forwards. Hi, Nathan said, then completely forgot when he was even there. The teacher's collar was sticking up at the back. He wanted to smooth it out. The teacher bent down to Eliza's level. Hi there, what's your name? I'm Mr. Hennings. This is so cringe. Eliza, overwhelmed with shyness, didn't answer. Nathan cleared his throat. Eliza O'Donnell. And Peggy, sorry. She's a little nervous. Well, don't worry, Eliza. If you go inside, there's cookies. And I can see Vinit. Look, Nathan added, pointing in the classroom. Eliza lit up and ran off without saying goodbye. Mr. Hennings chuckled. Nathan sent him a wry glance. I think she'll be okay. See you at 3 then. Will her mom be picking her up at all? Mr. Hennings asked, checking his clipboard. She's not listed on the approval guardians form. Her mom isn't in the picture, Nathan said briskly. It's just me. Then, to his horror, he heard himself add, I'm single. He grimaced, trying to bite back words, but it was too late. Mr. Hennings looked up at him, his eyes wide. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's okay, Nathan said. Don't worry. Mr. Hennings held eye contact and shook himself and looked down at his clipboard, blinking rapidly. A blush was spreading across his cheeks. See you at 3 then, Mr. Hennings, Nathan said. I'm looking forward to it. He walked away, looking back over his shoulder to catch Eliza's new teacher checking out his butt. He wondered vaguely whether he should shave off his 5 o'clock shadow and change his oatmeal-soaked t-shirt before the end of school. I hated that. Fuck. Chapter 3, Rob's social media presence. Let's give it a second. Well, this side of the fandom. Oh, yeah, they're totally just like, yeah, she doesn't matter. And Peggy. You made a Hamilton reference. Love it. Yeah, I know a little bit too much about Hamilton. A real teacher would not say that. If a parent was unlisted, unless they are tactless, oh yeah, no, you're definitely not supposed to be just like, hey, parent of one of my classroom kids, why are you so alone? Hey, y'all, just dropping by, can't be here for long. That's cool. Good to see you. All right, let's go. Chapter 3. Hang on, let me check something real quick. Just make sure. I like to check in. I like to check in every now and then. And make sure that everything is working correctly. I like how we're all just glued. We're all just like, and then what happened? What's gonna happen now? All right. Chapter 3, Rob's social media presence. Case 213-CD-45524-PAD document 4 filed 16120, page 52 of 285. United States Eastern District of California. Annotation for Exhibit B. Please refer to the glossary at the end of this appendix for help understanding some of the internet terms used in this exhibit. I love boomer, the boomer lawyers of this world. Did y'all hear about the boomer the boomer lawyer that used ChatGPT to cite case sources, and because ChatGPT just generated a bunch of false sources, he's now about to be sanctioned because he kind of sort of did a fraud to the federal court because he just thought ChatGPT was a search engine. So these are footnotes for exhibits, which means I'm so curious as to know what exhibit. Are we going to find out what these exhibits are? I'm excited. OMG, yes, I did. Yes! And then everyone clapped. The cat lawyer on Zoom is my favorite lawyer. Oh, that's a good one. That's a very good one. The lawyer representing Gwyneth Paltrow in the Gwyneth Paltrow case also had some hilarious moments. Shout out to all the law nerds out there. Chapter 3, Rob's social media presence. A reminder to the comments that I am only going to include evidence from legal sources in this essay. Some of the stuff you've shared is interesting, but I'm not using it. Sorry. Now that the mean mom part is out the way, let's get back to the essay. And dear readers, I have news, absolute oodles of news. Yesterday, I went to a coffee shop near the courtroom, ready to eavesdrop on any potential decaffeinated lawyers who might happen to stop by. A very solid plan. There you go. I sat there for several hours and had no luck with the lawyers. I was about to pack up and head home when guess who walked in? Rob Hennings himself, the man, the legend, in person, in front of my actual face. He was in his hoodie, sunglasses, baseball cap getup, but I obviously recognized him straight away. He bought a drink, turmeric latte and a biscotti, and sat down. He must have been waiting for Nathan to come out of the courthouse. I scuttled over and grabbed a table behind his and pretended to read a book While I obviously memorized every single move he made, I admit that I was partially hoping to get some kind of info regarding courthouse visits, but I was also just basking in the presence of the man himself. I'm sure she was very, very inconspicuous, right? Just scrambling to the table behind him, opening up a book. I'm picturing the book being upside down. Rob was messing around on his phone, listening to voicemails, organizing photos, moving apps around his home screen. Typical I've got time to waste behavior when he started clearing out his email inbox, deleting all the newsletters and spam. I managed to shuffle around to get a good view of his screen by this point, so I saw the one of the emails was a reminder from LiveJournal, the blogging website that used to be really popular a few years ago. He only skimmed the email before deleting it, but I managed to read most of it. It said that his account was running out of storage space and he needed to delete some files or upgrade to a plan with more memory. The account had the username Silent Wakes. I did a quick Google search, and there is actually a LiveJournal account called Silent Wakes that used to be active in the Loch Ness fandom in 2011 to 2014. Now, this email could have been sent to the wrong address. He did delete it very fast, which could mean that he thought it was spam and didn't know what Silent Wakes or LiveJournal meant. But the fact is that Loch Ness account makes me think otherwise. What are the chances? But the fact that it's a Loch Ness account makes me think otherwise. What are the chances that the actor on the show would get this email if it's not connected to him? That's a huge coincidence. Soon after that, Rob walked over to the courthouse where I couldn't follow him. Still no info on what exactly they're doing there. Why are the tabloids sleeping on this? Do I have to do everything in this town? I started looking through the @SilentWakes LiveJournal blog to try and find some proof that it's his account. Thank God for Gotti rights, saving the world with the important news of the day. LiveJournal blog to try and find some proof that it's his account. If you've learned anything at all from this essay so far, it's that no evidence is considered admissible until all possible other justifications are disproven. And yeah, right. By the end this treatise, you will all be issued with an official Gotti School of Journalism TM diploma. Get your graduation caps ready. The birth date and location on the profile, 1993 LA, match Rob's details on his IMDb page, which is maintained by him or someone on his team. Secondly, Rob had admitted in many interviews to being a Loch Ness fan before being cast on a TV adaptation. Thirdly, if you look at Rob's private Facebook profile, his URL is personalized with a username, and guess what? It's facebook.com/silentwakes, meaning that Silent Wakes was the username he used on all social media at the time when he made his Facebook account in 2010. I'm slightly miffed that it never occurred to me to check his URL before now, but hindsight is 2020. I don't know that it is, girly. If this still doesn't prove that Rob is @SilentWakes, here's a screenshot of a LiveJournal post from November 2011. I tracked down an archived copy recorded on the Wayback Machine at the time when blog wasn't so vigorously locked down. In the past, Silent Wakes took photos once an hour for a day as part of a day in the life game that was going around LiveJournal. We know that Rob started his degree in UCLA in August 2011 based on his graduation date. These photos shows a student going about their day on the same campus. And then a picture, like PNG. If you look at the third picture he took, it's very clearly Rob's hand opening the car door with his distinctive burn on the right thumb. In the sixth picture, Silent Wakes posted a picture of his dog. Judging by this Instagram picture, Rob last year with his parents' dog, it's the same dog or like a descendant of it. I'm not sure how long dogs live. I'm a cat person. Giving cat people a bad name. If you're still not convinced that this is Rob's account, you can go through and try to find further evidence in the posts that disprove the hypothesis, but I'm more interested in telling you about what's actually on the blog and what we can learn from it. I was actually going to post about Rob's Twitter presence today, but in light of this new information, I've rewritten the chapter to focus on this LiveJournal account. It's hugely interesting and informative because it gives us rare access to Rob's social media presence. From the time before he had online audience all watching his every move. Live journal. I'm old enough to remember when it was the main fandom space. Yep. Whoop. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to just scroll through my comments, and I'm scrolling up through my... We will learn details of the murder case later, yes. The cat... Okay. That is not how evidence works. Yeah, that's not how evidence works. Also, I love that she's acting like this is like an actual criminal case when there's an actual criminal case going on, and she's talking about ship wars of real people. All right. Rob's pre-fame fandom participation. I feel like I am the Emily D. Baker of an alternate universe, and I like this feeling quite a bit. Rob's pre-fandom participation. You can access the profile for Silent Wakes. Yes, the name is Loch Ness reference using the Wayback Machine site, which archives old websites from pre-Google years. I mean, they reference it. It just archives anything on the website. Hey, if you ever are on a website and you see something and you're like, this might get taken down, it needs to be saved, just go on the Wayback Machine and do a manual crawl, because that has helped me in research for videos to cover stuff several times. Somebody crawled the site, so I had the Wayback Machine snapshot. All right. 300 entries were posted by this account between 2011 and 2014, according to the data on the profile page, and I have access to about 40% of them so far. The other blog posts were friend locked, so the only account that Silent Wakes had friends can wait. So that only accounts that Silent Wakes had friended can read them. This account is of particular interest in its own right, even if we didn't know it wasn't written by Rob, because it was the focus of a great deal of controversy when active. But the evidence of the most vital importance to this essay is the fact that it is a Jaden/Fang shipping account. That's right, Rob Hennings wrote gay fanfiction about Loch Ness when he was a teenager. Honestly, I could end this right now, and that would probably convince 90% of you that Rob and Nathan are a couple. What a jump. Rob read books and shipped Jaden and Fang, then got cast as Jaden and fell in love with the actor playing Fang. What a no-brainer, but because I'm good to you and have academic standards, I'm going to flog this dead horse for every shred of information available. Information we can deduce from Silent Wakes. The most obvious piece of evidence we can infer from the LiveJournal account is that Rob Hennings is not straight, as his persona suggests. Frankly, I know of no straight men who write incredibly explicit gay fanfiction. This man is either gay or bisexual. Silently Wakes was a massive Jaden/Fang shipper. He posted 15 fics over 4 years, all with that pairing, all explicit in content. His profile bio even said so. 19, male, LA. I'm here for the fade and smut, so I'm probably not going to comment on your mom posts about your husbands and kids, but you can friend me anyway. Mod and co-creator of at LNN Yuletide since 2012, the year of our Lord. Future lawyer in the making, so don't mess with me. One of Silent Wake's favorite tropes was there's only one bed at the inn. Oh, isn't that everybody's favorite trope? He wrote 4 fics about it and had another 7 saved in his bookmarks, too. Silent Wakes joined the fandom quietly at a point where there was already a significant community of Loch Ness fans. His first few posts were wholly ignored, and even his comments on other people's fics only garnered a friendly thanks in reply. He made a few posts about his college years, though he never said where he was studying. Rob majored in law at UCLA, which matches up with the information posts like this. I can hear one of my cats using the cat door. Hello, cat. Sorry, getting back to this. It's Friends Week at last. I cannot wait to be a sophomore and take a class with people who've actually decided that on their major. I've known what I wanted to do since I was in junior high, so I just want to get on with it now. Last summer, I did an internship at a law firm working for their copyright team, but this summer, I am kicking back and relaxing. No work, no assignments, just me, my laptop, and 2 new Lock and Nest books to power through. Those kind of posts were largely ignored. Silent Wake's first archived more prominence in fandom when he posted very moody blog entry complaining about the inaccuracies of gay sex in fic. Oh boy. Wow, that's a lot. I love how everything she says is completely insane. Everything. Oh boy. I know you're all middle-aged women. Try to do some research before you open a Word doc. Writing in some sort of weird... kind of takes me out of the moment. And then he just talks about the inaccuracies of the sex in their fic. I don't know if YouTube's gonna come down on me for reading that out loud, but I think we're good. I think we're good. Although YouTube is probably already going to censor just for half the stuff that we've already read, but you know. There's a lot more to the post, but I don't feel the need to copy it here. I've seen the ages in some of your profiles. I'd rather not be accused of scarring the minds of minors when all I'm trying to do is write a meticulously sourced and cited academic essay. You all get the point anyway. Rob is a self-proclaimed gay man who is super out. At Silent Wakes, posts spread around the early Lock and Nest fandom. Surprisingly, a lot of people actually did take the criticism to heart despite his venomous tone. He was friended by nearly 50 accounts in the next 4 days, all of whom he followed back. When he posted his first fic a few weeks later, his follower list jumped again by another few dozen. Within 6 months the opening the account, he was one of the most followed users in the Lock and Nest live journal community. Even more people friended him when that winter he started up a Christmas gift exchange where people sent each other fics as presents over the holiday season community. He ran L and N Yuletide with another fan. Silent Wakes was officially on his way to becoming a big name fan. BNF. There's a lot of controversy still to come about Silent Wakes, but I need to give you some greater context about the situation before we discuss that. I also don't have the resources to provide a complete narrative right now. I'm missing some live journal entries that I'd ideally want to include as evidence, which are locked to me. I'm reluctant to commit to any further commentary on this until I have the full story. Hi, Paulo. Had the stream on since the start. Are you as concerned as the rest of us, Paulo? Thank you for being here. If anyone can access any more of @SilentWake's friends' locked posts, please post screen caps in the comments or email them to me. I'll use them in the next section on him. The username @SilentWakes changed several times during 2011, 2014 to Fangboy and Selkie Secrets. Posts might come up under those names too. Thanks. Okay. This information is so important to this essay. There is a substantial evidence here to prove that Rob is gay. This helps us hugely as we can now view his current social media posts through the lens of his pre-fame style of posting. We can now compare everything to the posting style of Rob before he had an ulterior motive for promoting a specific image under NBC's rulings. I've been in and out. Okay, you've probably been spared. supposed to hail tomorrow. We got a ton of rain, and it's supposed to keep raining, I think, here. This entire argument that he's the author of this fan fiction is, trust me, bro, I saw him in a coffee shop and totally saw his email. Oh, yeah. No, for real. What is this story even about? So this girl is convinced that these two actors are gay for each other, and because she doesn't understand boundaries, she's stalking them, and she's slowly uncovering a murder investigation. Get all my hair out of the way. I hate when my bangs are at a certain length. Curly-haired people, they kind of, do you get this? Where like your bangs, they kind of just fluff up because they're just, I didn't do anything to like straighten them today, so they're just doing their thing. Yes, kind of. This information is so important. Oh, I already read this. Even if she's not purposefully lying, right? There's a lot of room for error in this hypothesis in a lot of different ways. Also, even if she's correct, like, this is just straight up outing somebody. That's not cool. Don't do that. Okay. I think the last two chapters prove conclusively that Nathan and Rob are both LGBT men. For the first part of this treatise, I'm going to accept their sexualities as fact, and in the next chapter, I'll be focusing mainly on signs that they are not just attracted to each other, but in a serious and deeply committed relationship. In other news, after the unquantifiable success of my coffee shop recon mission, I've decided to ride the wave of good luck as far as it will take me. I'm going back tomorrow, and I'm going to be prepared this time. I've worked out how to tether my phone to make a Wi-Fi hotspot, along with a terrible clip art coffee shop logo and a contact information sign-in page. I'm ready to find out what's really going on here. I'm going to need a lot of coffees to get me through it. Jesus Christ, Margot. Footnotes. 1. If you want to know what I'm talking about, go look at the comments on my last post. I'm not moral enough to delete it, even if I won't repost it. And please don't take this as a warning to stop. 2. Quote from... Hi, Perry. Hello. 2. Quote from a press interview with Comic-Con 2017. Oh man, I loved the books when I was a kid. I must have read them like 20 times each. I made it pretty easy to memorize the lines. I can't tell you how much I wish I could tell my tiny preteen self that I got to play Jaden. Could you even imagine? 3. FYI, his Facebook page is very locked down now, so it won't come up if you search for him in the searches, but it had already been found before he changed the privacy settings. 4. I've linked to how the account looked in 2014 when Silent Wakes was at the height of his popularity and hadn't yet started deleting posts due to controversy. 5. Don't worry, I have insiders who are working on retrieving them. Hold tight, little ones. 6. If you're not... Oh god, this is a long point. If you've not read the books, I highly recommend them. Number 7 is my favorite. Here's a snippet from the first book to show you just what Jaden and Fang were just why they were so shippable, even before the TV series. It was a routine call, or so we thought. A Constable Locke had just been assigned as my shift partner, and though her reputation preceded her, we'd never met before before she was transferred in. I was anticipating an awkward night of chit-chat as we patrolled on the streets. You're the Selkie, right? She said, stubbing out her cigarette on the roof of the patrol car. I'm hearing like very like noir music in the background in my head. Jaden, I said as she climbed in. She blew smoke out of the open window, then pulled out onto the main road without indicating Lyra, Banshee. I know. I heard about your inner city potions bust last year. Impressive. She grinned at me. Hasn't got me out of night shift yet, though, eh? I settled in, feeling this tour might not be so bad after all. The call came on the radio at 5 after 2 in the morning. Papa Charlie 418. Can you tell me your current location, please? Depends what the job is, Lyra answered. We're near McDonald's. There's a domestic on Levy Street. Are you free from an immediate job? Lyra sighed and downed the rest of her coffee. Yeah, we're leaving now. Any previous at the address? None that I can see. I flicked on the blue lights as control filled us in on the call. When I paused at the junction to indicate, I saw Lyra roll her eyes. I'd taken control of the car keys when she made it clear that her driving wasn't going to improve anytime soon. She seemed to find my driving style just as offensive as I found hers. ETA 5 minutes, I said. When we arrived at the call, the house seemed quiet. There was no lights on, but a white van was parked on the drive. Can you confirm the house number again for me? I asked control. Number 7. Roger, we're at the location now. Do you need a backup unit? Lyra and I exchanged cautious glances. There was a strange feeling niggling me, but I couldn't work out what was ringing alarm bells. No, I think we're okay. I was about to knock on the door when a voice said, I think you're here for me, officers. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I pulled out my torch, shining it onto the darkness. A man was standing motionless under the shadows of a tree. Are you all right, sir? Lyra asked him while I recovered from the shock. Quite. He cleared his throat and stepped closer out of the darkness. He was at least 6 foot tall, Caucasian mid-30s with dark brown hair. Now relax, he said. This won't hurt a bit. Lyra and I didn't have time to react as someone grabbed us from behind and dragged us into the back of the van. I struggled against them. But a hood was pulled, trigger warning, I'm sorry, was pulled down over my head and something tight was wrapped around my arms and legs. I kicked out, but a heavy force pinned me to the floor of the van. I could hear Lyra hissing, fighting, breaking free of the engine, started up, and the van pulled away. I realized then what had set off the warning bells when we had arrived at the scene. The van had no number plate. Our radios buzzed. Papa Charlie 418 for a welfare check. My radio and equipment were tugged away from my belt and thrown to the road. I heard my garlic spray explode as it broke. The crack as my police issue wooden stake hit the tarmac. In a panic, I ran through the standard procedure in my head, trying to work out what to do. After approximately 15 minutes, the van came to a stop. Lyra? I whispered after a long moment of silence. The hood was pulled off my head. I blinked in the sudden bright light. The man from the shadows tilted his head, staring down at me. I noticed fangs jutting from his upper lip. Vampire? Werewolf? Something worse? I wished I still had my silver handcuffs. What do you want with us? I asked. I sounded formal, like I was about to begin a contract negotiation. There was no fear in the words at all. What's your name? He asked. Constable Ness. I paused and then kept going. You're supposed to humanize yourself so they see you as a person instead of an object. It makes it harder for them to kill you. I'm 26. I've got a sister. I live with my parents. That's enough. He ran a clawed thumb down at my face, and I shivered. If you're after a ransom, Lyra began, our insurance will cover it. You'll get it, no problem. You don't need to hurt him. I'm not here for a ransom. I want your skin, little Selkie. Oh. I blinked up at him, the breath caught in my throat. They were here for my seal skin? Was he a warlock then? Did he need a Selkie coat for some kind of spell? I stuttered. I caught by surprise. I don't have it in here with me, and I wouldn't give it to you even if I did. Oh, Constable Ness, I'm afraid you don't have much of a choice. Sorry, Milo. It's a force of habit at this point. Definitely very British. I thought the same thing, yeah. Americans would never think to say torch. Or constable, really. Rocky Horror! Characters who are supposed to be American talk British, LMAO. All right, that was 1 point. She just copy and pasted a whole chapter of the book. We don't know how Rob reacted when he was cast as Jaden. He'd been out of fandom for a while by then, but I imagine it was something along the lines of, "Are you fucking kidding me?" 8. Because I can't resist, look at this gif from the TV series where Jaden and Fang are forced to share a bed in an overbooked motel. Does anyone else think Rob's pupils are dilated in the screen cap, or is it just me? I wish we knew if Rob and Nathan were dating at this point or not, because wow, how did he get through filming this otherwise? A comment left by Silent Wakes. I loved this. I really liked the line, Fang's gaze pinned Jaden to the wall, blinding blue eyes scarcely letting up, even from the other side of the room. Swoon. A comment left by Silent Wakes. Have you read this deleted scene on the author's website? It says that Fang was originally a girl and was going to be Jaden's love interest. He changed Fang to a guy so he could do the imprinting storyline in book 2, but he's still totally obvious that the original Fang was Jaden's love interest, right? Question mark, exclamation point. It's almost laughable to compare the tone of this blog post to some of the coy press interviews now where Rob isn't even allowed to swear in those interviews. He pretends to have never considered any ship other than the canon Jaden Lyra. If this isn't clear to you by now that there's entire actor personas are lies, then I don't know what to say to you. This at Silent Wakes fic are super, super locked down, and I haven't got access to a single one of them yet, which kills me. The first one was titled Fic, Secrets of the Heart, Jaden Fang. Though I know this is because a few people wrecked it in the comments on community posts. There are several posts in particular which I haven't been able to access, which look like they might fill in some missing links. I've seen these titles embedded in URLs linked to by other people, and I would like to read the accusation against me, IP address, and why you don't understand them, and what is even the point. Comments 542. All right, her clout's popping off. Lilith F.A. Tail. Oh, Lilith Fatale. Sorry, there you go, my brain. Wait, live journal. I was totally with you until that bit. I haven't heard anything about that before. I don't believe that account is truly Rob's. Dottie Day. Breaking news. Nathan's visa expired. He was in trouble for staying here after it ran out, as reported by the tabloids anyway. Ella Gibbons. Ooh, do you think he's going to be deported? Kelly Kardashian. You wrote all this today after discovering the live journal? How did you do it so fast? Please write my world lit essay for me. Anonymous. I've been doing some of my own research, and I've uncovered some more info about Rob's old live journal account. I'm emailing you. IP address stuff is just wow. Gotti writes, thank you, Anonymous. The typos are so great. I super appreciate it. Or I guess it's not a typo. Anonymous is like, she calls them Anonymice, but still, very Tumblr. You Anonymice are very good investigators. Stalkers. All right, here we go. Whoop, go back. Oh no! Oh no, hang on. I fucked something up. I was just trying to get some information. Oh, the humanity. Oh, God. Get back to where I was. Every time we read a book in any digital format, this happens at least once. Please reference the Animorph streams. Okay. Chapter 4. Here we go. Okay, wait, a man's about to be deported, and the characters are just like, ooh, I know, right? It's fucking weird, wild. Oh boy. Okay, chapter 4, manipulation in media narrative by management. This will be good. This is where people in fandom give way too much credit to PR executives and what they're able to make people think about other people. You may have seen the news is going into hysterics over Nathan's visa. Apparently, that's why they're at the courthouse. The tabloids are spreading misinformation about Nathan's case, none of which I trust. So I'm not going to share anything here until I actually see a source I believe in, a source that I like. Does anyone know what kind of work a visa Nathan has? I don't know how visas work to UK citizens. Is their expiry ever an issue? Presumably, he earns quite a lot of money as an actor, ? I don't know why he'd be having trouble with his visa if that's really what's going on. I'm going to do a bit of research later, though. Law research is the worst kind of research, until I can actually provide any verifiable information on that front. Let's move this essay along. I received a comment on the last chapter that has made me decide to rescind the claim that all documentation included will remain entirely above board. The slippery slope. I just can't, in good faith, conceal some of the information that's come to light recently. This is really important evidence that I know a lot of you will want to see. I can't, in good faith, do it. It's not a life or death situation. I just really want to share it. Anonymous. You pointed out that Rob tagged his tattoo artist on Insta when he posted his new link of stars. So I had a look at her account and found out that she has a Pinterest. It was set up to private. Remember Pinterest, guys? I know people still use it, but remember the Pinterest days? I was really into Pinterest for a hot second there. It was set to private, but I managed to hack into her account, super easy password, and a few weeks ago, she posted some pics of her drawing book. It included this page with a sketch of Rob's star tattoo and Nathan's moon tattoo drawn together on the same page. It looks like they were done at the same time and even designed together. I didn't see this in your essay anywhere yet, so I thought I'd share. Sorry if you already knew about this. I definitely did not know about this. This is absolutely excellent sleuthing here. Thanks so much for sharing, lady who wishes to remain anonymous. I've added the info as a footnote to the section on tattoos. The introduction. Sure, platonic bros can get a set of paired tattoos together, I guess, but it doesn't prove their relationship is hugely important to the both of them, whatever form it takes. I said in the previous chapter that I don't trust the narrative we are being sold through Nathan and Rob's current personas on social media. Before we go any further, I want to take this time to show why I believe this is a fair assumption to make. Remember when people used Pinterest ethically? What do people use Pinterest for now? I haven't been on Pinterest in 8 years. I used to just use it to plan fake weddings that I'm never going to have. Wow, a star and moon tattoo together. So original and unlike anything anyone has ever thought of before, LOL. Right? Apparently, I'm out of the loop on what people are using Pinterest for. Consensual identity fraud and falsification of communications. One of the biggest arguments against the legitimacy of Nathan/Rob is the Twitter scandal of one in December last year. A fan tweeted to Nathan sending him a link to a drawing of Jaden and Fang kissing. I drew this pic of Fang and Jaden today. What do you think? I don't think Fang is gay. Nice drawing, though. Why can't Fang be gay? He could be bi. We've never seen him date anyone on the show. Wow, sorry, I didn't mean to offend anyone. I'm just not into that sort of thing. Jade and Lyra shippers use this as proof that Nathan is straight, but I think the situation is a lot more complex than it first appears. Let's take a look at 3 tweets that we know that Nathan definitely wrote, either because they include pictures of him taken in his home or contain slang words that he uses a lot in interviews and Instagram stories. Incredibly hyped to preview the new Marvel film tonight with the rest of the Loch and Ness squad. I even have a snazzy bow tie. Yes, that definitely proved that couldn't have been written by anybody else. Loch and Ness episode 3 airs tonight. Rob Hennings is at my gaff, and we are stoked to watch it with you all. We even have themed snacks. The series is going to be bomb. Squad, have you ever seen anything as beautiful as the lighting tonight? I don't even care if it's because of global warming. It made my night. Why does Nathan suck? I hate Nathan. Just like I hate Gotti. I use Pinterest to find haircuts. You just post other people's art without credit. Ah, okay. To the mood boards. Fair. Gotcha. Yeah, I used to use Pinterest for, like, my moody teenager song lyrics and haircuts and planning future weddings that I'm definitely never going to have. Just like the most ridiculous weddings that for nobody. Just like, one day I'm gonna get married on a cliffside. That was 14-year-old Avery, though. The posting info on these tweets says that they were posted in LA from an Android phone. That matches up with paparazzi pictures of Nathan when he was photographed holding a Samsung Android phone. These are all photos taken around the same time as these tweets. Someone correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't believe that Nathan has ever been photographed with an iPhone. However, the tweets above where Nathan says he's not into gay stuff were posted on an iPhone. I think it's very likely that this tweet was posted by a publicist and not Nathan himself. The publicist would never do that. Everybody's gonna. It seems like super like homophobic adjacent for him to be like, ugh. I don't like to think about the character that I play as being gay. A publicist would never write that. What do you? Fuck. If you want more proof that Nathan's Twitter account is run by someone else, take a look at this tweet from a few months earlier. Had a great time on hashtag The Ellen Show today. It's always heartwarming to see the community you all have for our little show. Hashtag Loch and Ness. As you can see, this tweet uses an N dash instead of an M dash. N dashes are not often used on Twitter. Wait. Oh, I see. As there is no key for typing one. For this to be included, it suggests that the tweet was written in a word processor and copied and pasted into Twitter. Not something an actor like Nathan would do off the cuff while on tour, but it's definitely something a publicist would do. Another example, Nathan tweeted in June of 2018 that he was watching the new episode of Loch and Ness that was available to answer questions while it aired on NBC for the next half hour. He replied to fans' tweets. It was even done from an Android phone. So far, so good. However, a fan saw him in Starbucks the next week and stopped to get a picture. She filmed the convo. Here's the transcript. Fan, I love your LA Galaxy hat. Did you watch the game last week? Nathan, thanks, man. Yeah, I was there, actually. It was the bomb. I think we're really got a chance of winning the season. Pretty bland until you look up the game times and see that the team played at the same time as Loch and Ness aired. If he was at a soccer game, how did he live tweet a Twitter Q&A? Don't hurt yourselves trying to manipulate time and space. It clearly wasn't done by him. The narrative the management are presenting to us does not add up. This is a fact. At this point, it's not up for debate. I don't think... Stop writing! I don't think it's a stretch to say that any homophobic social media posts they upload are not trustworthy. We can't know for sure that they were written with the consent of Nathan or Rob, so should not be considered evidence. A denial of the Nathan-Rob relationship cannot be trusted unless it comes directly from the mouths of Nathan or Rob, something which they have not yet taken it upon themselves to do, and doesn't that speak multitudes? Queer baiting as PR, romantic interactions that we know to be false. Gotti, a lot of you have been shouting in the comments, Gotti, you never mentioned this incident or this one. How could you miss those? Little Anonymice, I have purposefully been ignoring several of the most cited places as evidence of a Robin relationship. For one very important reason, for all that the management try to control the narrative of Nathan and Rob by presenting them as close friends, they are also guilty of occasionally queer baiting us. They want the views and the noise on social media. No publicity is bad publicity, especially around the release date of a new season. I love how contradictory these 2 points are. They're trying to cover up that they're gay so hard, but they also want us to think that they're gay. When Nathan's infamous "Hi Babe" phone screenshot leaked on Twitter, Loch and Ness viewing increased by 354%. After Nathan issued his explanation and told some random fan on Twitter, so very lame. What happened with that "Hi Babe" text from Rob Herrings? Oh yeah, haha, Rob texted me by accident instead of his new girlfriend. We both have names beginning with N. New girlfriend, apparently. This rating jump is something that NBC will be very, very aware of. They will have to take note of the fact that people are shipping Nathan and Rob together and started using this to their advantage. They do this in a very specific way, releasing subtle clues that ring bells for people who are aware of the relationship, but don't alienate their conservative viewers or negate the general public opinion of Nathan and Rob are straight. It's a delicate balancing act, but they have actually done it really well. That's the reason we get articles like BuzzFeed's recent 14 times Rob Herrings revealed too much and Nathan O'Donnell looked totally horrified. That does sound like a very real BuzzFeed article. It doesn't actually mention their dating, but the only people who would be interested in reading that article are the ones who already think that they are. I believe that their following events were staged by the PR team to encourage Jaden/Fang and Nathan/Rob shipping and made Loch and Ness trend online. The romantic moments are not romantic. They are strategic. They are very clear markers that we aren't seeing real emotions from either Nathan or Rob. So as a journalist or academic, I would not feel comfortable citing them as evidence in this essay, even if they support my argument. Dottie makes me want to bang my head against my desk from all the insanity. I know, right? She must have amazing leg muscles for how much she jumps to conclusions. Oh god, this is actually just the Teen Wolf fandom. Yep. And the Supernatural fandom. We could just you guys wait. Oh Jesus Christ. This is just so Yikes. Yikes, 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 yikes. For example, look at popped pic of Nathan and Rob posted on gossip site with the heading Loch and Ness boys cozy up ahead of new season. They are walking down a sunlit street side by side holding cups of Starbucks coffee. Rob's hand on Nathan's arm while Nathan grins at him. A picture that was taken without their consent? Oh my god. At first glance, it does look very sweet, but if you dig deeper into it, you'll see that on the paparazzi photographer's website, the photo is one of a series of 50 taken over the course of an hour. The photo shoot shows that the sequence of events that they happened both before and after this is pose picture was taken. It's very obvious that this is a posed shot. The photographer tried out a few different poses before settling on this one. Rob with his arm. I love when people make these arguments online because you always sound unhinged. When you're digging into paparazzi photo receipts to prove that photos are staged, you've lost the argument. Nathan's shoulder, and another where Rob leans over Nathan's shoulder to read something on his phone. One take more, Nathan kneeling down to tie Rob's shoelace. They even doubled back on themselves to take more photos under a pretty cherry blossom tree. Hardly the casual trip out for coffee that the article makes this out to be. You can even see Rob's publicist, Millie Garcia, in the background of one. See her profile here on Twitter. As the final nail in the coffin, I looked up the street name, and you can see in one of the photos, and it turns out that this is a privately owned road on the Paramount lot, meaning it's unlikely paparazzi would have had access unless specifically invited inside for the photo shoot. Or they snuck in. That happens. You don't think paparazzi sneak onto private property to get pictures that they can sell? Come on, guys. So we have at least one documented occasion that management attempting to queerbait us into promoting Loch and Ness on release day. Another thing you all keep mentioning to me in the comments is the flowers. This is something that you all love to gift set on Tumblr and caption with dreamy Richard silken poetry. I absolutely hate it to the very core of my soul. No, I'm not exaggerating. The flower thing is not real, gang. So Rob has a watercolor style tattoo of a flower on his arm. New tat. Thanks, Jeff at Tattoo Paradise Studios. Now, when I was a kid, I used to be obsessed with fuchsias. And I mean like properly obsessed. I used to know all the flower types, and I asked for the plants for birthdays and Christmases. I have no idea why. My interest in gardening these days is little to none, but I still retain some of the obsessive fuchsia love. So I know that this is a fuchsia. This is a pretty tattoo, I guess, especially for a fuchsia fangirl like me who makes it swoon-worthy. What makes it swoon-worthy is that Nathan has posted 3 pictures of bouquets of fuchsias on Instagram over the last year, always captioned with a love heart. Because it's the same flower as Rob's tattoo, everyone thinks that this is Rob's favorite flower, and he gives Nathan these bouquets or something. There have been all sorts of admittedly very sweet theories about why the dates he gives Nathan the flowers are important, from it being their anniversary of the first time they met. But the whole thing is just rings alarm bells for me because it doesn't seem like something that our bad boy Rob would do, especially as the pics are always posted on the release day of either new Loch and Ness Blu-ray release or a merch drop. I think this is more strategic than that. I think this publicist, Millie Garcia, knows that Rob has a tattoo of a fuchsia and specifically sends Nathan these happy release day bouquets on behalf of NBC to get him to post pictures of the flowers online. She knows that they will send the fandom into a ravenous frenzy of shipping speculations and drive Loch and Ness up in the Twitter trending topic ranks. I did some investigating, and this picture of Nathan's latest bouquet, you can see a mirror above the dining table. There's a reflection in the corner that shows the box of the bouquet arrived in. I enhanced the photo and flipped it and managed to get the first 6 digits of the tracking code for the packaging. The florist's website lets you track your orders, and to get track your orders, and the tracking codes are 7 digits long, so I had to try a few combinations, but I managed to get it in the end. The tracking info said that the bouquet had been successfully delivered to a NO, obviously Nathan O'Donnell, and were sent by MG, like Millie Garcia, not Rob Hennings. That noise was the sound of the entire fandom deflating slightly. Sorry, guys, those cute gift sets are officially AU, not canon compliant. I hereby quash the long-standing rumor that Rob is a secret bouquet gifter. Please, for the love of God, stop making Rob give Nathan fuchsias in all your fics. If I have to read another one, I'll scream. She is so detached from reality. It gets so much worse. Oh, God. This brings me back to the steric drama of the early teen wolf years. Oh, God, the cringe of my late teens and early 20s. Not that I was like Gotti, but I remember hearing my friends be like, Gotti. What the hell, Gotti? Gotti should be putting her I think it was Rhett McLaughlin who once said, no. It was Keith from Try Guys, and he was pointing out how all the fans were just like digging in on the whole Ned Fulmer drama, and he was like, let's just say that the FBI should be recruiting teenage fangirls because they've got some investigative skills. They will dig up stuff that you didn't even know were there. Social security numbers. I don't ship Rob/Nathan. I don't like RPF. And then complains about poorly written Rob Nathan RPF. That's so true. I love it. This author, genius. She's a genius. I love her. I have a new lead, by the way. This is a cone of silence. Shh. I waited at the coffee shop today, and Rob came back. Whatever is going on with Nathan's visa is clearly taking them a few days at the courthouse. I turned my phone into a Wi-Fi hotspot and made a fake coffee shop page that asked users for their contact information, giving access to the internet. Rob logged on while he drank his coffee, which means that I now have all of his personal information that form asked him to provide before he was given internet access, his email address, home address, and cell phone number, along with the details of everyone else in the shop. And they all use so much internet that I went over my data limit, but still, jackpot. This is a perfectly legal method of data collection, by the way. He even ticked a box saying he consented to the storage of his personal data. Bear that in mind next time you think about logging into a public Wi-Fi. Not that I have his details. I'm going to see how I can use the information without breaking the law. Stay tuned. It's a good job. I went to the coffee shop this morning because about an hour ago it was reported by Hollywood Gossip that Nathan visa case is over. Apparently they won't be going back to the courthouse again, so that's a dead end now. The article gives almost no information. Annoyingly, if any of it is true, the case was presumably dropped because Nathan managed to get his working visa renewed for the new season of Lock and Ness. However, I would like to offer up a better interpretation for the gratification of the fandom hive mind. What if he's got a green card because Rob married him? That would drop all questions of visas and expiry dates and immigration troubles. Just imagine it for a moment. They could totally be newlyweds right now. This is so cringe. I will leave you to recover from that concept. Please feel free to go and lie down with a cold flannel draped around your forehead. I will be doing the same imminently until the next chapter, when I'll be returning to the @Silent Wake scandal, which gets more and more shocking the more research I do. Get ready for some drama. Margot. Holy shit! Holy shit, Margot! Gotti, why? Everybody's like, no. Everybody's like, no. What? Lauren James is a genius, literally. Yes. Gotti, why are you confessing to your crimes? Gotti, girl, are you for real? please, can someone put this woman in jail for stealing personal information? Technically, she actually is correct that it is legal. No, she is. John Oliver did a whole thing on this, where he set up hotspots and stole a bunch of Congress representatives' information from in Washington to prove a point that they need to crack down on making it illegal to do such things, because he just had all of their information and was threatening to blackmail them. It was pretty great. If you provide a service Wi-Fi in exchange for information and the user agrees to give you that information, you haven't really broken any laws. It's true. It's a weird legal loophole. You stupid bitch, smart enough to hack the Wi-Fi, dumb enough to believe in IRL fake marriage AUs. I love that we're all enraptured, right? We're all just like, no. I'm so glad we get to experience this together. I don't even know what can be said at this point. I'm just gonna keep going. Footnotes. This woman has too many footnotes, by the way. This is like more sources than I've ever sent anyone, including my clients, when I do editing work for them. I would feel guilty sending over this many sources. This is too many sources. And that's like actual journalism. Like actual like news stories that matter, where I have sources of like actual things that matter to people. Footnotes. 1. Pop quiz to see if you've been paying attention. Is this an N- or an M-? I don't care. First comment with the right answer gets nothing but a nice gloating feeling. 2. I browsed through the hashtag LA Galaxy hashtag on Instagram to see if anyone spotted Nathan in the crowd at the game and took a photo, but I couldn't find anything. Feel free to have a look yourselves. If you find anything, I'll add it here and give you a cookie from my imaginary cookie jar. Rob was seen on a date with Nikki Shelley a week later. Clearly, it didn't take them long to track down an actress with a name beginning with N. I'm not sure if this was sponsored by Starbucks or not, but I would imagine it is. These stunts are always sponsored by someone or other. It might be Rob's brand of t-shirt this time, for all I know. I love how she talks like she is a publicity expert. 5. The publicist, Twitter, Garcia Mills, is actually a whole other wormhole we could go down, because she follows at least 4 Nathan/Rob shipping accounts. She's not only aware of what's going on in the L&N fandom, but actively lurking. She's not even subtle about it. Once she posted a picture of Nathan and Rob as an official tweet promoting the show that was actually a fan photo manipulation from Tumblr. She's definitely one of the ones responsible for queerbaiting us. I think she's probably leaks info straight to fans via direct messages to get news out into the fandom faster, aka get hashtag Lock and Nest trending again. There have been a few cases when the fan accounts that she follows have posted info and pics that have never appeared anywhere online before, according to Google image reverse searches. I know for a fact that this was going to be so entertaining to discuss as a group. Oh, yeah. I am glad we are experiencing this together, but I also wish I could unexperience it later. Me too. This is so much. See, like, I knew this would be perfect for stream. Yes. Been listening from a distance and am speechless. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, yeah. No, yeah, this is... No, yeah, this is... yeah, this is... Unfortunately, this is all too accurate. This kind of shit... This might be a work of fiction, but this is absolutely 100% based on things that people actually do, which is the concerning part. Wait. That she follows have posted info and pics have never appeared anywhere online before, according to Google image reverse searches. Okay, comment 689. I love how we can see that her clout is growing, and it's just up to us to realize that that is a motive. Like, I think we forget this so much, especially like when people start drama or whatever online. There are a lot of times where it's just like, why is everybody into this petty drama? It's like, because it's getting them views, because it's lucrative. This is the negative engagement is engagement all the same. YouTube will still be paying the AdSense revenue if somebody hate watches your video or not. Anonymous, another Pulitzer-worthy prose from our Lord and Savior God. This is so fandom, I hate it. Whip of Indiana Jones. Gotti, if you need any help in your investigations, I work in the law profession and am happy to advise where I can. Visa issues aren't my specialty, but I can show you how to make form requests for information in the public domain. I'll even cover the fees charges if you want. This person's like, please do this above board. Not that this is above board, but like, you know, above board adjacent. Gotti writes, oh, you angel, let's talk by email. Jamie B. Mayer says, another sign that a tweet is by a publicist is when Nathan doesn't put a space before an exclamation mark, e.g., thanks, guys. He always does that on Twitter and Insta. Always. Anonymous. I just friended the publicist, Millie Garcia. I've got a lot of followers, so hopefully she'll follow me back and give me some insider info to leak. Haha. Sorry, I hit the microphone. Anything to get more people believing in Robin. This is turning into a cult. Anonymous. Rob's scarf plus Uggs combo in that photo shoot. My son's still serving looks, I see. This almost beats the look that Jaden rocked at the music in the musical episode. Anonymous. That publicist is so sneaky. Remember when Rob liked a fan art that he wasn't even tagged in on Twitter? Lurky lurkers, the lot of them. Essex Gal 89. Love the essay so far, babe. Did you know that Rob's got a private Twitter? It's at RobHen93. He only follows 4 people. Gotti writes, yeah, I know. If a genie could grant me one wish, it would be to get access to it. That's your one wish? Unacceptable. You always wish for faucets that run in Hawaiian Punch. Always. That anonymous comment is the second worst comment. Is the second worst person in the story for thinking scarf plus Uggs equals look. Oh yeah. Yes, we are reading a fake fandom web serial. Hi, everybody. Hi, this is Georgie. She's gone now. She's Pennywise's sister. She lives down the street with my mom's really good friend, along with their other sister. And we're watching them while they're out of town. So she jumps up here. It just, you know, humor her. Yes, no one has missed. So, for those coming in, we are reading a web serial that is completed. That is from the perspective of, it's as if we're reading court affidavits in hindsight, because this girl was stalking these 2 celebrities that she thought were in a secret relationship and is slowly uncovering a murder case. And this is after the fact. All this evidence has been compiled for the crime. We don't know who's been murdered or who murdered who, but we are learning about it slowly from this Black Mirror-esque vantage point of a teenager with way too much time on her hands who's just actually stalking people. I'm good, Chris. How are you? I'm chilling. I'm a little bit anybody who grew up on Tumblr, anybody my age, part of the Tumblr era, is gonna be like, God, no. It's gonna be like that, you know, Michael Scott. No, God, please, no. Oh, absolutely not. I'm literally feeling so much cringe. Oh, that too. I'm feeling cringe. My fight or flight is just like, good. You know? General just like dread and anxiety is just kind of my natural state. The second-hand embarrassment. I was on Twitter for 4 years. I get it. Oh boy. I'd also like to point out Essex Gal 89 implies that this person was born in 89, which means canonically they're far too old to not know better. Anyway. Uh Anonymous. So I did some research for you. I requested to be added to one of the communities on LiveJournal that Silent Wakes was a member of, just on the off chance. I didn't look like anyone still used it, but I thought it was worth a try. A mod must still check LiveJournal occasionally because they approved me a few days later. I got access to the whole archive of about 1,300 posts. I've been going through them and searching the comments pages for anything written by Silent Wakes. Most posts have 500 plus comments though, so it's taking a while. I'll let you know if I find anything. Anonymous. I'm back. It took a few days, but I found something Silent Wakes commented on this post in 2014. He said, "My parents caught me reading fic the other day. They were horrified. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Has anyone else been outed to their parents? Any tips?" So he's definitely gay. Why are we celebrating? Guys, this is horrifying. This is so traumatic. If this happened to you. Gotti writes, please email me screenshots ASAP. This is very interesting. Screws in monocle and pulls on deerstalker hat. What the fuck? Anonymous. I went to look at their paparazzi site you linked with the cherry blossom photo shoot. It's the one where all the photographers list the photos they take and have available to sell to news sites. Something that's interesting is that the pop records videos of events too, and you can hear the different paparazzi chatting in the background. In one, he says they've already got a buyer at TMZ for any photos of Nathan, so keep an eye out for news coming up on TMZ this week. I guess some kind of narrative is going to be pushed to us soon. Anonymous, I worked at NBC, and you should definitely keep an eye out for this. We're getting them to run a story about Nathan's ex because this essay is bringing up all the discussion of Nathan/Rob again. Gotti writes, yeah, I'm not sure I believe you on this one. Sorry, why would someone at NBC be commenting here? Anonymous, it's more than my job is worth to show you anything to prove who I am, so I guess you'll have to wait and see. Little Hux says, I don't believe that Wi-Fi hotspot thing would work. There's no way phones would let you log on to something like that these days. Oh no, they work. Yeah, they work. That's why you shouldn't use hotspots unless you're damn sure. Oliver James, yeah, or you have a VPN. Yeah, I agree. That seems a stretch. Not sure about the likelihood of success there, especially getting the exact person she wants to log in on the first go. Holy Peaches said, there are so many reasons it wouldn't work. I can't believe she even thinks we'd fall for that. Gotti writes, okay, guys, you got me. I made up the story about the hotspot. I don't want you to think I was a massive stalker by telling you how I really got Rob's address. Oh, no. No, 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 no. 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 Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. I found it by looking at property listings from the time when Rob first bought his house. I compared the pictures from the real estate websites to some of the distinctive features we've seen in his house in pictures. That rock waterfall leading into the pond, the wood burner in the kitchen, etc. A bit more creepy, TBH, so I made up a different method. This does make more sense, and don't worry, we understand why you're doing this, smiley face. Anonymous. So you lied to us? Like, how do we know any of the rest is true then? You could be telling us anything you want. Gotti writes, I'm really sorry, I promise I'm not lying about anything else at all. I'm so upset I've broken your trust like this. Purpose of her content is always to entertain, and she would never want to break the trust of her loyal fan base. Wait. Chat's chatting. Hang on. I'm missing things in chat. Guys, I'm so hype right now. I was so exhausted before I got on stream. And now I'm hype. I have secondhand cringe. Oh yeah. I don't feel embarrassed cringe for Gotti because she's so horrible that like I have no sympathy for her. Yeah, I don't really care about what happens to Gotti. She's terrible. But it's also just like cringe just because I'm thinking about all the times I saw like real people online acting like this and I'm just like, "Ugh, God." I truly feel like I'm 17 again on Tumblr. And that's activating my fight or flight. I don't know. I remember when Twilight moms were a thing, old enough to know better, yet still creepy. Oh, yeah. Secondhand cringe to me comes from like an empathic response to seeing someone humiliate themselves. Yeah. But I don't have that for Gotti because she's just like a kind of bad person making a fool of herself, so it's funny. Where are Gotti's parents? Are they just like, yeah, sweetie, have fun invading the lives of two celebrities? Somebody who has this much starvation for human contact does not have a solid relationship with parents that are there for them. To make a Gotti style jump in logic, I doubt that she's got her parents really have the finger on the pulse of her life. You know, that cord is still in the way and it's bothering me, but oh well. I get the impression they just don't pay a lot of attention to her. Yeah. On the computer all the time. Yeah. Because that was like a thing with the whole generation. Like kids that are chronically on the internet like that, um, you know, or so they would tell us, are just like, yeah. The parents are just like, oh, they're off doing their internet thing. Like, they're not bothering me, so why do I have to worry about it? Similar to me at that age, lol, my mom had no idea what I was doing online. Right, Noah? Like, the girl is a minor and presumably still living with her parents. How is she doing all this stalking? I honestly think her parents having no idea is one of the very realistic parts of the story. I do too. Again, because real teenagers really do stuff like this. Maybe not to this extent that I have seen, but I've seen some people dig into like celebrities, like, you know, whatever, and find their like home address and leak it online. Right? Like I've seen people go way too far. And those are real life teenagers. I get it now. She's a fucking psychopath. Alrighty then. Oh yeah. Story really draws you in, doesn't it? Oh yeah. I read a Larry Tumblr essay that reads so much like this. Oh yeah. Yep. If you guys have not seen Ashley Norton's video on the fandom, the Dan and Phil thing, it summarizes this whole phenomenon to a T. And she goes over all of the, quote, evidence that blogs had, and it was exactly like this. Chapter 5, the beginning of the end for Silent Wakes. Oh, we've got another affidavit, case document filed 16th of January, 2020. United States District Court, Eastern District of California, annotations for Exhibit C. Please note the intense level of scrutiny focused on those involved in this case. While this helped bring information to light which would otherwise have been unavailable for the trial, it also led to significant spread of misinformation. This had large effect on the time taken before the situation's true severity was understood by the authorities. Oh God, we're getting to it. We're getting to the crimes, guys. Not you, Laser. Larry was the ship name of Harry Styles and Louis um, Tomlinson. There you go, of One Direction. You weren't convinced that they were in love. It was very cringe. I love how they're just like, Yeah, we as actual research lawyer legal aides would not have found this shit without this teenager stalking these people, but also she probably made the situation worse. And it's just like, what the fuck? Um Guys, this essay isn't even finished yet and it's already been featured in the Huffington Post and BuzzFeed too. It got about 1 million. How many actual chapters does this have? This chapter has a very significant escalation in behavior. Ah, got you. Huffington Post and BuzzFeed. It got about 1 million hits last night alone. You're warming the cockles of my frozen heart here. Unfortunately, the newcomers have kicked off a whole new wave of anonymous infighting. I'm not going to enforce any strict rules in the comments because I think you're welcome to a healthy discussion about all of this. I will ask the newcomers to keep the volume of hate to a minimum, though. Comments containing just pure outrage and vitriol are not productive, however. I will engage in a reasonably lively debate with you if you wish to play devil's advocate. I just think she doesn't want to delete the comments because that's engagement. See, this is my cynicism. As somebody who grew up on the internet and now makes content on the internet, we all know how this works. To start, I just wanted to apologize to the anonymous commenter from NBC who told us about Nathan/X Twitter drama that was about to drop a few days ago. These tweets were posted by Nathan. Having a blast at the wrap party of Loch and Ness Season 2 at NBC. Series starts October. Don't miss it. Alice Osman updates. Sounds like you're having fun. Last year was very memorable indeed, if you know what I mean. And he says, oh, do I ever? We'll have to have a rerun of one of those days, babe. And then it's down here, transcribed. Dear anonymous NBC commenter, I'm sorry for doubting you, and I'll take any hints from your IP seriously next time. Please come back. I did some more research on the flirty Twitter exchange with this so-called ex Alice Osman. I found it very interesting that TMZ ran a story seeding Nathan's on-off-again relationship just last week, ready for those tweets to come out. True story was apparently written out of the blue. That story was apparently written out of the blue, as at the time there was no reason to believe Nathan was even talking to any of his exes. This is just more evidence that management not only stages events to further their bearding narrative, but that the PR team at NBC fed out into info to various news outlets about Alice Osman ahead of time. I see you, NBC. I see you. This was clearly fed to the tabloids to direct response to my essay. I'm glad you enjoy it. Nathan also tweeted today. It's kind of like a very specific form of narcissism, right? To be like, oh my god, these news executives are trying so hard to make me and my people think a very specific thing. And like PR can be shady, but like thinking that the PR team would go to these extents for you, for your thing, that we could do it in one night was a little too generous. We'll get as far as we can. TBH, I also find it so creepy when fans talk about celebrities like my husband is so talented or look at how cute my parents are together. Yeah, like, ew, those are real human beings. Don't be gross. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a way to, yeah. Oh god, I'm just thinking of all the times that I've seen people saying that. Jesus. Yeah, that's creepy. I don't like it. There you can just be like, "Hey, I like that person. I like their work." You don't have to be weird about it, you know? That can be the beginning and end of it. Alright, Nathan also tweeted this today. I got to watch an early cut of the season finale today. You lot are in for a right treat. Hashtag Loch and Ness. The next season starts soon, October. I can't wait. It's interesting that he didn't mention the visa stuff at all, though. Seems to have been pushed under the carpet already. I'm going to keep investigating. I'm certain there's still stuff to find out there. Rob/Nathan, green card marriage fix. Give them to me. What the fuck? Sorry, this chapter is a bit late, by the way. It was my little sister's birthday yesterday. She breeds and sells gerbils for pocket money. She literally makes more than I do at my part-time job, So I got her a new stud, a rare breed of gerbil that I had to drive an hour to pick up. She loves him. I sellotaped a quarter inside her card, too, like all good sisters should. Okay, on with the chapter. Events of July 2014. The introduction of a new player. Oh, God. I don't think my heart can take this. It's definitely weird, but it's less creepy in those cases and more sad. They feel more connected. Yeah. Oh, and it's fictional characters, right? Being like, that's my son, that's my husband. That's fine, because they're fictional. Because they're not real. They don't have feelings. Like, they're not able to, like, find the fix and be creeped out by them, right? You know, they're not able to, like, see your posts. So those, I think, are fine. I think those are harmless. It's the real people, right? When it's like mom and dad, and it's like, those are real people. That's weird. But, yeah, I agree with Ellery. It is sad. I know, the random detail. That's so Tumblr to be like, oh my god, guys, I know you were all waiting for me to post, and like I had this family emergency. And it's like, girl, we have stuff to do out here. We don't care. Do what you're gonna do. I mean, please don't do this, but you know. Events of July 2014, the introduction of a new player. I finally got enough of the evidence I need to carry on telling you about the live journal drama. I've gathered some info that shocked even me. I had no idea how far this really went. It goes all the way to the top. Most of you seem to have accepted that Rob was at Silent Wakes, which makes this all the more interesting. From what I've already told you, I think it's clear that Rob at Silent Wakes absolutely thrived on the attention he was getting from the community. He loved being the center of attention, and clearly, even back then, he had the aptitude for celebrity, so it's nice to watch the baby Rob form the posts grow from these posts grow into the fledgling chick into the majestic hawk we all love. We all know and love. For example, here's a typical post from him. Hands up if you spent all of New Year's Eve dancing with a pretty boy with messy hair and glasses only to realize after a sneaky midnight kiss when you asked for his name and number that they were really a very handsome lesbian who's surprised to find that you were not, in fact, also lesbian. Just me. Okay, then. Okay, we're just gonna move on. By the way, I'm nearly done with the next chapter of Exquisite. Here's a cookie. Fang pinned Jaden back against the wall. Just barely scraping the skin of his neck. Do you feel how much your heart is racing? Jaden swallowed. So what is it? What are you going to do about it? If anyone wants to beta read it, wave in the comments. I've got a hell of a cold and it's fogging up my brain a bit, so I'm going to miss all sorts of spelling mistakes, I'm sure. I'm gonna have to start a playlist for this book. Something like that would get an average of 80 comments, all saying things like, your sense of humor just cracks me up. Did you get the girl's number anyway? Because I wouldn't say no. Or, that snippet is so cute. I can't wait for the next chapter. Hurry, please. He was at the peak of his BNF fame, and that's when the real scandals started. He posted this unlocked post July 2014. I'm having a really rough time, guys, and I kind of need your help. My parents recently found out I'm gay. They've made it really hard for me to live with them. Trigger warning, I'm sorry. I'm hoping to move out within the month, but to make that happen, I'm going to need more money. You'll all be really good. You've all been really good to me these past 2 months, and I honestly feel like I found a family. So, although this feels weird, I was wondering if some of you could act like my surrogate aunts and lend me some money. I'll pay you back when I can, but for my own safety, I need to move out. Ideally as soon as possible. You can send me donations here. You don't even need to give your name. I don't want to. If you don't want to, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Love, Silent Wakes. This post received 99 comments and was shared by 31 people. 2 days later, Silent Wakes posted again. I honestly don't know what to say. I was hoping a few $100s to help me get started in a new place, but my fundraiser has received so many donations that it actually broke the system for a while. Flails. Especially thanks to at Ms. Writer, at Nessie's Girl, at Ephemeral, Ephemeral? Ephemeral. For your extraordinary donations. You've been so generous, but most of all, thank you to Lily Letters. I was honestly blown away by your kindness. I'm not sure how you came across my post, but I truly cannot believe how nice you've been to a total stranger. $13,000. I don't even know what to do with that kind of money. I'm going to be completely safe for the next few years. Gee. Please let me know if you want anything at all in repayment. A fic about a prompt of your choice or something even more personal like a letter, a week in the post at the very least. I'm going to comment on every single one of your posts for the rest of your life. Thank you. Comments, Lily Letters. It was my absolute honor to help. You're so brave and strong. I know you'll use the money wisely. Ephemeral says 13,000. Ha! I guess you didn't need my $10 then. But seriously, Lily, I don't know you, but you've done a really good thing here. I can vouch for Silent Wakes. He's good. He's a good person. This was a massive event in fandom as it would be anywhere. Everyone was really happy for Silent Wakes for a while, and that could have been the end of his drama, but then the doubt set in. More on that next time, because I have a flourish for the dramatics, and I love a good cliffhanger. Really? We didn't know this about you. Oh my god. Good night, Noah. See you next time. Rob's contribution to the fandom. To finish off today's chapter, I wanted to share one of Silent Wake's fics. Yes, I got access to some of them. This one isn't his first one, unfortunately, but it's one of his most popular, posted a few months before his fundraising extravaganza. A longtime member of Loch and Ness fandom emailed this to me. She had this to say. Hi, Gotti. I had completely forgotten about Silent Wakes and his many aliases until someone who knew I used to be in fandom linked me to this essay when they saw it on HuffPo. They asked if I knew any of the people in it, and I laughed it off until I looked more closely and realized that I did remember Silent Wakes. It kind of sent me into a nostalgic spiral of wasted time. When I saw that you were looking for posts, I dug up my old LiveJournal account to see if I could access anything through it, but Silent Wakes never friended me back, so I don't have any posts I can share with you. But I went up to the loft and dug out my old shoebox of printed out fics, mainly Loch and Ness, but there's more than a few Harmony novels in there too. I managed to find this one by Silent Wakes, so I've scanned it for you. Sorry for the pencil marks on the scan. My printer ran out of ink halfway through, so if I remember rightly, I decided to draw on the bottom halves of the letters instead of reprinting it. 15-year-olds, more time than sense. I hope it's useful anyway. I haven't caught any episodes of the TV series yet, but I'm going to have to now. I know that Jaden is played by one of my favorite writers, Shannon. Shannon is our new Lord and Savior because this, guys, was most definitely worth the wait. It's better than anything I could have imagined. Brace yourselves. Presenting Rob Henning's greatest masterpiece, more emotional than the scene that won him an Emmy, more tragic than the season 1 finale that was voted best episode at the Teen Choice Awards. Without exaggeration, this will change your life forever. 5 times Fang flirted with Jaden plus 1 time Jaden flirted back. 5. Oh boy, it's another fanfic. The fuck the murder might be. And I feel with how wild this, all of them will be wrong. The thing about Gotti, she is excellent storyteller. Even though we all hate her, we are very compelled by her narratives. Yeah. I was definitely wrong when I read it the first time. There's a lot of foreshadowing, but it's easy to miss. And there's a ton of red herrings, too. Her last name's Gotti. No, she goes by Gotti Writes. That's her screen name. Oh, it's this is me clicking in my brain that Gotti is short for Margot. I know her name is Margot, but I never. Anyway, Gotti. Okay, got you. Kind of like Lottie is short for Charlotte. 5. All right. Here is Silent Wakes' fanfic about this show that does not exist, but in universe. This is a very big show. Five. Fang, you? No. The words were more of a sub-vocal growl than anything audible. Jaden sighed and ran his hands through his hair. You can't do this to us. You agreed to help us. Lyra is... I didn't do this for Lyra. You didn't do this for... I know you didn't do it for Lyra, Jesus, but I thought you'd have some common decency and follow through on your promise. Damn it. Switching between my monitors is still hard for me. Fang stepped close to him, opening his mouth to speak. A muscle pulsed his jaw. His eyes were dark. He paused, then stepped back and closed his mouth. You couldn't handle me if I followed through on my promises, Detective Ness. Jaden rolled his eyes, neck clicking as he jerked his head back. Jesus fucking Christ, what a mess. Fang bit his bottom lip, hiding back a smirk. It could be worse, Detective Locke. Could be here. 4. Fang leaned his head back against the far wall of the prison cell, staring at Jaden through hooded eyes. He was so bulky that he barely fitted on the narrow bunk bed. Detective, Fang, I know that you know why you're here. A beam of moonlight lit up his bare feet, stretched lazily across the gray tile floor. Fang's long toenails curled up into thick, sharp claws. I think I can probably guess. Jaden jangling the keys on his belt nervously. I can't let you out until sunup. His eyes unconsciously drifted to the full moon, just visible through the barred window. Well, I suppose you'll have to keep me entertained until then, Fang smirked, tongue flicking to lick his long, sharp teeth. Jaden stared at them for a long moment, frozen in place. Then like a rabbit in headlights, there was a part of him, the deep, dark, silky seal part of him, which still longed to hunt and tear and rip at mammals in the shallows of the sea. Yeah, seals are fuck you up, is what they'll do. That imagined Fang's teeth covered in blood and liked it a lot. Jaden's radio buzzed. He pulled in a breath, then pressed the button. Eyes on Fang, unblinking. I'll be right there, Lyra. Over. 3. Get down, Fang yelled across the warehouse, the words slurred around his teeth. There was blood on his chin, fresh and red and dripping into his stubble. Jaden ducked as a green flash of spell work shot out over his head. He craned backwards, looking over his shoulder for Lyra. She was running up the stairs, alone, safe for now. He pushed himself onto his elbows and crawled low across the floor. Fang ripped a warlock's neck tendon out with a little too much pleasure. Ugh. Something low in Jaden's spine gave a twinge of empathy or longing. It was hard to tell anymore. What are you even doing here? Jaden hissed. How did you even find out about this? It's a secret raid. Fang rolled his eyes, using a claw to dig a vein out from between his teeth. Ew. Ew. It was my turf. I had to deal with them. Jaden grimaced. He could smell the hot tang of blood on Fang's breath. He pushed down the urge to transform and join him in the rampage. Fang smiled, somehow knowing and amused all at once. A thank you would be nice. He gestured at the bodies scattered around the warehouse, and the bodies hit the floor. A whole coven of witches and warlocks had been laid out in a single hour. There was blood everywhere. Jaden blew out between his teeth. This is going to be so much fucking paperwork. Well, I've got a few ideas for how I can pay you back, Fang winked at Jaden and then tilted his head, listening to a scuffle upstairs before Jaden could reply. He was off, ready to take down whoever was harassing Lyra. 2. I don't understand why we need to pretend to be mates, Jaden hissed in Fang's ear, adjusting his tie. That's better, love, he said at a louder volume. For the last time, Fang said in a low growl. Jaden could feel vibrating in his chest, through his hands on his tie. This is a convention for werewolves. If you want to keep your cover, you need a mate. There's no way they'll let a Selkie walk in without trying to claim you otherwise. Ew. Claim? Werewolves are so archaic. Selkies don't get claimed anymore. I keep my sealskin in a bank safe, for God's sake. Fang was about to reply, an amused smile crossing his face, when a passing wolf lady said, Alpha. Oh God, not the Alphaverse, not that, oh God, the Omegaverse, oh God, oh no. She dipped her head at Fang, and her eyes slid over to Jaden, looking him over with interest. Her nostrils flared. For all his bravado, something in Jaden's stomach clenched in fear. His seal form was telling him that he was in danger, that he should take him and keep him in a way his instincts had never warned him about Fang. Fang immediately tugged Jaden close. One hand curled around his throat and kissed him. His teeth bit into Jaden's lower lip. If anyone's going to claim you around here, it's going to be me, he said, and bit the lobe of Jaden's ear. Oh, no. YouTube is going to be so unhappy. I told you should have. I should have scent marked you. Jaden was going to kill him. 1. Get me back in my own body right this instant, Jaden yelled, furious at how deep and attractive Fang's voice sounded despite his fear. I'm trying, Lyra said, flicking quickly through ancient tome after tome. Jaden's body was leaning back against the kitchen counter, smirking from inside. Fang said, I don't know, I could get used to this. He rolled up Jaden's perfectly pressed sleeves, flexing his bicep. I don't know, I didn't know you'd started working out. Jaden folded Fang's arms, then quickly unfolded them, trying not to think about how thick and bulging and firm they were, pressed up against his toned chest. This is all your fault, he tried to hiss, but the words came out in a sub-vocal growl. This body shouldn't be so hot while he was stuck inside it. He pressed Fang's tongue up against his sharp teeth. A little aching thrill ran through him at the pain. You know, my teeth only come down when I'm turned on, Fang said semi-casually. Jaden could see his own face pretending to be calm and was annoyed at how obviously not calm he actually looked. Did he always look like that? Your teeth are always down, Jaden said dismissively. Jaden's eyes stared at him unblinking. Yep. Soulmates, Lyra said, prodding at a page in glee. It's because you're soulmates, and I can fix it. +1. Fang, Jaden rolled his eyes, pressing the phone against his shoulder as he pushed open the police station door, trying to balance 3 cups of coffee on his arm. Who answers the phone in their own name with their own name? No one. The answer is no one. Who is this? Why are you calling me? Fang, it's me, he said, exasperated. Your boyfriend? Ringing any bells? Do you need something? Because I'm actually I'm actually in a fairy den right now. Jaden stopped in his tracks. Like, underground? You know what? I don't want to know. If you tell me, I'll have to arrest you. I just wanted to know if you were gonna be home for dinner. Unsure. There was something strained in his voice. Jaden wondered briefly if Fang was actually telling him that if he needed rescuing or just keep talking nonsense forever. Okay, well, I'd like to see you. If you can spare the time in your busy pixie-filled schedule, Jaden handed Lyra one of the drinks. She nodded absent-mindedly, thanks at him, eyes on her screen. I'll see what I can do. There was a pop, like something on Fang's end had just exploded. You know, you're incredibly hot when you go all monosyllabic on me. I know. There was a cut-off screen, quickly stifled. Gotta go. Fang hung up. Jaden stared at the phone, exasperated. Sometimes he wondered if Fang had ever flirted with anyone in his life, because if he had, he had the observation skills of a brick wall. Fan's self. Let me catch up with chat. It's so cringe. I know. I recommend her print novel, Loneliest Girl in the Universe. Definitely have to check it out. Yeah, she's really good at building. I'm actually kind of impressed that I'm not sure yet 100%, because by now in most mysteries I would be convinced of something, even if I'm wrong in the end. Right? It's true. I'm still sticking with Nathan's acting real sketchy, but that could be a red herring because he's so sketchy. Um I'd rather not know either, Paulo. I like to assume there's still I like to assume that it's like Home Alone. AC said 10%. Obviously, like bad anymore. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Definitely interesting. Very bad, but fascinating, right? Wait. Drowning pool? Really, Avery? Did I say that? I'm so confused. Oh, no one of them is gonna be. Oh, God. I hate it. I hate it. You don't want to know. You don't want to know what the Omegaverse is. Assuming it has nothing to do with wrestler Lee Omega. I hate the Omegaverse shit because I actually was like a werewolf fangirl before Omegaverse existed, but like I wanted to be the boy werewolf with a human girl to love me. I don't know how I didn't know I was gay. I cannot type. My apologies. By human alphas. Oh. That's right. Sorry, I always say that when they're like, and then the bodies were strewn against the floor because I do it as a nervous response, I think. Paulo, let me just say this. Lindsay Ellis has a long video on the Omegaverse if you really want to know. But you're probably better off not knowing. It is just called Bodies, but I always am like, oh, bodies. My theory is that Rob actor isn't actually Rob, and that real Rob, the fanfic writer, is dead, but that's only because of the mention of parental homophobia. Ooh. Let's see. Thanks for that, Rob. The fandom is a better place for your contribution. Clearly, this Entertainment Tonight interviewer did not know what she was getting herself into when she had a quick chat with Rob on the red carpet at a Marvel movie premiere a few months ago. Interviewer, have either of you ever read any fan fiction about your show? Rob, grinning madly, no comment. Interviewer, is that a yes? Rob, let's just say I've been a fan of the show for a very long time. Nathan whispers, that's a yes. Interviewer, well, I won't ask any more then. Now, what are you both wearing tonight? Rob, the suit is... Oh god, I can't say this. Givenchy haute couture, and the cufflinks are Mont Blanc with Chelsea boots. I love this suit. I asked the designer for something that made me look like I just got off my yacht in the south of France, and they totally came through with this paisley velvet. Interviewer, it's very nice. And you, Nathan? Nathan, a suit? I don't know the name. Rob, he's in Tom Ford with a pair of my shoes. Interviewer, great. Thanks so much. Have a lovely evening, both of you. Rob, what did we get? What? Don't we get to do the manicure cam? I came prepared. He waggles his fingers. Interviewer, yeah, you can if you want. Rob, no, I'm teasing. Have a great night yourself. An update on the very important address I acquired through devious means. I have happened to be driving past there today and may have punctured my tire and ended up speeding while waiting for the rescue company. Spending a while waiting for the rescue company. I was on lookout for the rescue services for about 3 hours. I happened to see Rob pull up in a car and go inside one of the houses with some groceries and a around 4 p.m. while I was waiting to get my tire replaced. You understand. The jackpot, Nathan was with him. More on this in the next chapter. Oh, shit. I was going to stop here, but I think we have to read another chapter. Footnotes. BuzzFeed made this post in response to my essay, which made me laugh. Public poll. Is Rob Nathan real or just a publicity stunt? Roben is fake, and NBC are utterly shameless. Pass it on. 17%. What the fuck? Of course it's not. You're all making this up. 21%. Who? I literally could not care less. 36%. My OTP of my dreams. Of course they're real. OMFG. 19%. They're really together, and I hate it. 7%. 2. This isn't actually related, but I once wrote a Jaden Fang fic with this exact same plot. Clearly, I was walking a well-trodden path. Comments. 1089. Devious means. Do you mean stalking? Givenchy. Okay, sorry. I knew that was wrong. I knew it was wrong. I'm sorry. I am also probably wrong. Giving herself a flat tire so she can stalk them. I think we're supposed to assume she just pretended to have a flat? I don't put anything past Gotti, but yeah, I think she just pretended. Anonymous, your gerbil flogging sister sounds so precious. Gotti writes, yeah, we're a right pair. I was writing novel length fics her age too. Our parents are very bemused by it all. Anonymous, 13 grand. What kind of shit was Rob up to in fandom? Jesus, please update some soon, Gotti. These weights are killing me. Fantastic books, AWTFT. Rob can act and write? Get you a man who can do both. Not how that meme works, but alright. Lizzo love, you cannot leave the Silent Wake saga on that kind of a cliffhanger, Margot. RAIXOTT says $13,000 was the maximum cash gift that could be given in the US in 2014 without the need to be declared and taxed. So it's convenient that this amount Lily letters donated to Silent Wakes, wouldn't you say? Anonymous. It's so unfair that Rob was cast out by his family for being gay, and just when I found love, NBC told him he had to stay, and just when he found love, NBC told him he had to stay in the closet. I feel so sorry for him. I wish he could just find people who accept him for who he is. Nathan is the only one who lets him be his true self. Tiny Shaz. Hashtag free Rob. Anonymous. Guys, I think Nathan and Rob are having a baby. They were seen holding... That is a jump. Holding the door of Starbucks open for a pregnant lady at the start of August. I think the woman is their surrogate. I managed to track down her Insta from the name tag on her shirt. She works at Costco. She's not posted about her pregnancy yet. Surely she would have posted if she was keeping the baby? I DM'd her, but she didn't reply. Anonymous, I actually think they've already got a secret baby. Their daughter is at least 10 months old by now. Nathan's sister was the surrogate. Gotti writes, what? How do you know that? Anonymous, it's obvious if you know what to look for. I feel sorry for the little girl. Her parents shouldn't have to hide her from the world. She's going to be so confused when she's older. I can't fucking... These people are all so fucking insane. Hi, Daniel. Hi. Yep, as soon as we're done streaming, I'm gonna get back to editing. It's almost there. Just realized I have to create one more category of outfits for Bargain Bin, which means designing 18 more articles of clothing. Oh my god. This is so fucking unhinged. This book, not what Daniel said. Gotti writes, I love you guys, but this one's a bit much even for me, and that's how you know it's a lot. Anonymous. So I found Gotti's IRL Twitter because she linked it to her on her Tumblr 3 years ago. I was going through her archive for posts about Rob and Nathan. It's here. Ooh. Ooh, the tables are turning. Garcia. Wait, isn't that the name? Wasn't the PR lady also? Garcia is a very common name. So, okay. Margot tweeted, my ex-BF is in the same calc class as me, strategically grabbing a seat in the back so I can glare at the back of his head all semester. My little sister has moved on from selling baby gerbils to selling anything she can find that is nailed down on eBay. She listed a broken tennis racket from the attic the other day, and it sold for $20. That girl is going to take over the world. I would literally rather do anything in the world than fill up my car with gas. I hate it so much. Why does anyone like the taste of tea? It's like weak gravy. What? Gotti's real name is Margot Garcia. Yes. Well, somebody's a future murderer because a murder is going to happen. My math was off. I need a minimum of 144 cards, and I only have 108. Ah, got you. Margot, I don't like when people track down other people, but the fact that this woman stalking other people has had her private Twitter, like her IRL Twitter, found is kind of funny. That's kind of karma. how long until they try to cancel her for something she tweeted? Because it's definitely going to happen. Damn, she put it on private before I had a look. She's fast. Did you save it? I didn't. I'm so dumb. Do you think she has a Facebook? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh god. Oh jeez. What? 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 No, I don't want to go to the Daily Mail. It was a real Daily Mail article. Lauren. Oh god. This is like a WordPress article too. Like she really put in the work on this. It just keeps getting twistier. We're reading one more chapter, right? You guys are down with that? We're reading one more chapter? I need to get off and go edit, but also the stalker is getting stalked, but also I'm invested. And we're probably not going to be able to keep reading. When are we going to read next? I'm down to continue indefinitely, LMAO. I mean, if I didn't have anything else going on, if I didn't have editing to do, I'd just be like, fuck it, I'm staying on all night reading this stuff. We're not even close to the end, but we're going to read at least one more chapter. Let's see. Chapter 6. Net worth and property. Oh boy. Before I carry on with the Silent Wakes epic, I want to discuss a few things which I've been a bit weary about. Getting into personal details has always felt a bit wrong, but this is technically a public info, so here goes nothing. Always felt a bit wrong. Okay, sure, Jan. Known and unknown real estate. Nathan bought property in the last year in LA. He posted extensively online about the remodeling his apartment, which was named in a Daily Mail article when they used a drone to take photos of the apartment complex's massive swimming pool. However, I believe that this apartment is a decoy. I don't believe that Nathan lives in it at all, even part-time. He has not once been popped entering or leaving the building since January this year, 8 months ago. In fact, the only person who's been seen there is a British friend of Nathan's, a guy called Brad. Fans have spoken to him when trying to spot Nathan, and he always says that Nathan's away on a job, and he's flat sitting for him. See Tumblr post, tweet, this Instagram story highlighted Ellen N. Hart. All of them are from various fan accounts who have seen this friend there. However, I have suspected for a while that Nathan lives with Rob instead. I think the apartment is designed to hide their relationship. I am, in fact, incredibly confident that they live together. Cohabitation and shared possessions. Rob and Nathan have been seen on many occasions wearing the same clothes, as well as the good old bandana that we know they share. They're pictured of Rob and Nathan wearing the same Gap t-shirt with a bleach stain on the right arm. We also have documentation of Rob carrying his car keys and Nathan carrying his a month later. The keyring and the number of keys in the same, so it's probably the same set. Nathan posted a sponsored Instagram post, a bottle of fancy Lush shampoo that was about to launch that he'd been sent earlier. Rob mentioned that shampoo on an NBC live stream a few days later when a commenter asked him what products he used. This was before it was available to buy, so he could have only been using Nathan's bottle. In this photo of Rob cooking in his kitchen, you can see a frame on the wall in the background displaying graduation diploma from a UK university, which Rob didn't go to, but Nathan did. Should you have somebody pose for these pictures? Fajitas tonight. I'm a 4 chili man, of course. Take a look at the daily vlog of the famous YouTuber Dan Schatz from March this year, when he spent the day with Nathan as part of a sponsored video promoting the Loch Ness DVD release. They're in the same kitchen shown in the photo of Rob cooking, which is apparently in Nathan's home. Here's the transcript. Dan, hey you guys, today I'm here with the extra special guest. Can you guess who it is? Can you? Nathan, popping up in the background. Hey! Dan, It's Nathan O'Donnell. He invited me to hang out with him for the day. I need to get a better vlogger voice. He invited me to hang out with him for the day so you can all get to know the man behind Fang a bit better. I am major Loch Ness fan, so I'm not going to lie. I'm super hyped right now. Bros. Nathan, dude, it's so good to have you. I've really enjoyed your videos. Welcome to my crib. I'm so stoked you managed to get here. Dan, so are you going to give us a tour? Nathan, oh, totally. I even tidied up for you. Be honored. So this is my kitchen. 2 fridges, 1 beer, obviously. Excuse me, 1 for beer, obviously. Dan, obs. Cuts to them opening bottles of craft beer. Nathan, cheers. Dude, Dan, dude, you have a pool too? Nathan, I know, right? Want to swim? Dan, do you even have to ask, bro? Dan dive bombs into the pool. Nathan lounges on the steps with his beer. His bulldog dives in, swimming around them. Dan, this is the best. I might never leave. Nathan, I have a barbecue too. He points to the beer to a brick barbecue. It's a dream in the summer when the squad's over. Dan, what else? Nathan, well, there's a pool table upstairs. Dan, sold. Let's go. A shot of Nathan playing pool, still in his trunks, a towel draped around his neck. Dan, I think I'm going to have to get you to put some clothes on. This beeped out swear word is going to get me banned on YouTube. Nathan, laughing. Well, want to see my walk-in wardrobe? Nah, they only care if girls are shirtless. Guys can get away with it. Nathan is pulling on a t-shirt. Is that a cheeky pair of Fang's snakeskin boots? Nathan, mate, I might have stole them from set. Don't tell. Dan, nice, mate. So this is your bedroom. Which side of the bed is yours? Nathan, right. There's a footnote. Dan, oh, same. Excellent choice. Nathan, you know it. Dan, well, it's been good seeing your house, dude. Nathan, thanks for coming. If you're welcome back to my gaff anytime. Dan, I for sure need to see that barbecue in action. See you tomorrow, guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Smash that like button, everybody. Should read the rest of it Saturday, then get back to Nancy Drew month. Yeah. Well, we could read some of it with Gabe. We just have to like give Gabe the rundown. Rob and Nathan share shampoo, cars, clothes, and kitchens. This all points in one direction. They live together. Obviously, this doesn't mean they're romantically involved, but I don't think they'd be hiding their cohabitation from the world if they were just housemates. For one thing, it seems like NBC would eke that for every marketing opportunity it was worth. There'd be paintings. They'd be painting this as a wild frat house constantly full of hot girls lusting after the Loch Ness playboys if it wasn't so gay. The reason I'm telling you all of this, because Rob has managed to keep his address private until now, but I managed to secure the details of his personal home address recently, so I dove out to the location. I drove out to the location. Oh no. Oh no. The reason I'm telling you all of this is because Rob has managed to keep his address private until now, but I managed to secure the details of his personal home address recently, so I drove out to the location. Huh. Huh. The chills voice. Yeah, sorry. That's just how every vlogger sounds in my brain. It makes me really happy to share stuff with people. So I'm glad that everyone is having a good time. Thank you again for recommending it. I had no idea this existed. This is right up our alley. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Should we just send maybe we should just send the live stream to Gabe and just be like, Gabe, you can watch this on like 3x speed. But I'm sorry to do this to you, but like here's the rundown. If you want to keep reading this with us on Saturday, Hi, Gabe. If I ended up doing that, hello. You're the best, Gabe. Remember the one where... Wait. Craft dinner. It's gotta be KD. Kids put KD in their drink packs while playing street hockey. I do remember that somehow. I went down this weird rabbit hole years ago where I was obsessed with Canadian commercials. And I by no means know all of them, but just side note, I went down this rabbit hole of just trying to find like the weirdest commercials I could, and Canada has some wild ones. Rob and Nathan's house. The house is large, newly built with high front gates and an intercom to buzz in guests. I watched the exterior for a few hours and didn't see anyone go in or out, so I pressed the buzzer. I was posing as a Girl Scout selling cookies with a uniform I bought off Amazon and some defrosted cookies that my dad keeps in the chest freezer. Nathan answered the door himself, so obviously I almost died. He looked amazing. He had a rough stubble that he always has when he's not done any events for a while, and he was wearing a long sweatpants with bare feet. He bought some Samoas and paid using a credit card with a payment app on my phone. The app asked for his zip code, which matched Rob's address. That means it's definitely his permanent address if the card is registered to the house. I can't find a way to get any more info off the payment app, but if anyone has any tips on this, that would be really helpful. I obviously don't want to steal his money or anything, but it would be quite cool to see what kind of stuff he's buying. Is that possible or super illegal? I'm not sure what my next move is going to be, but I got to see the hall of the house, but I couldn't see any photos up on the walls or anything. I was hoping to spot some letters on the hall table about the visa troubles, but I didn't see anything like that at all. It must be kept in an office inside the house. Yeah, it's not a... This isn't airplane repo, lady. They don't keep all the important documents within arm's reach of the front door. I can't really try the Girl Scout thing again now that Nathan knows what I look like. I'll keep thinking, though, guys, for you. I know you're all relying on me, so I'm going to get the information I need to finish this essay one way or another. Now I'm off to take my sister off to her swimming lesson, fully stocked with a Kindle full of fic to read while I wait. Buy me a coffee if you like. Margot. Didn't she say... Didn't the tweets in the last chapter say something about her sister going out of the gerbil phase like 3 years prior? Or is that something that I was just uninformed about? Either Nathan is actually sus or this is quite the red herring. Yep. That's what I said. She's not a very smart person. No. Footnotes. Not that in this Reddit AMA, Rob said that he sleeps on the left side of the bed. They're the perfect fit. Comments. 1,678 comments. Damn. I don't even know that my most viewed video has that most comments. Damn, girl. Robin 2019. I'm crying. Actual... Hashtag confirmation. They're living together. Did God bless this fandom or what? Anonymous. Actually, loads of celebs got samples of the new Lush shampoo, so Rob probably got sent it too. Holy Peaches. Gotti, you're our lifeline. Anonymous. Nathan posted a pic on his Insta story a few hours ago of Loch Ness billboard that's just been put up near my house. Should I go see it if I can find him? Anonymous update. I went, but I couldn't see anyone. Maybe took a pic when he was driving past or something. Cody1234. It was probably a publicist who took the photo. Anonymous. Anyone else kind of uncomfortable at the thought of Gotti knocking on the door of their actual house? Like, I guess it's cool. We know that Nathan's registered address now, but Does that seem worth the massive invasion of privacy? We have one brain cell. Can I get 2 brain cells? Nathan O'Donnell, Samoa's for dinner. Girl Scouts, you've made my day. Oh no. They're old defrosted Girl Scout cookies. Really want more comments from me? Because some days I got nothing to do. I appreciate all the comments I have, and I never get tired of anybody's comments, especially Paula's. No, I love all of your comments. I just find it funny that we can see in real time that she's like getting all of this clout off of this. BTW, that link goes to the actual author's Ko-Fi account to donate to. I assumed so. I was like, I hope she's on that grind. Oh, we've got time. That was a short chapter. Chapter 7, new evidence uncovered by this essay. Let me just check in on something. A brain cell has entered the chat. Oh boy. Come back, OBS. I updated OBS and it's already like, you need to update again. And I'm like, what? Why? I just did this. We have, by the way, I just glanced over at our analytics. Everybody is just like captivated. Usually, like with our stream numbers, not that they matter, but like I noticed that they go up and down and up and down and up and down. It's more or less, it's like the straightest line I've ever seen because everybody's just like, I'm not going anywhere. She's got published novels too, so she makes money from those, but I think she also deserves to make a little from, oh yeah, this is a super, super detailed. This chat shares a single brain cell. No, our chat is a smart chat. We always learn things from each other. We're just smart enough to be unhinged sometimes and to talk about other people that are unhinged. Okay. Question. Does picture-in-picture mode affect analytics? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I don't have any reason to believe it would. I'm not in analytics. There are people on YouTube that are really good at understanding all the algorithms and the everything. But as far as I'm aware, that's not, it still counts. You're still watching. I don't see why it wouldn't count because the thing is still playing. You're still accessing it. All right. Gotti writes, while I plot, what is this chapter? New evidence uncovered by this essay. My next move, I wanted to share a quick couple things. A lot of people have recently commented on chapters with new evidence that I have seen before, including that I hadn't seen before, including this. Big fan of this series. I followed Rob's younger sister's private Insta. I went to school with her BFF. I just wanted to share some screenshots in case they're all at all useful. I went through all 900 of her posts. 900, damn. And those are the only ones that seemed relevant, but I'll post again if I notice anything else that seems useful. I'm a YouTuber. I'm always on the internet. 900 posts? I mean, I'm not that active on my Instagram, but still. First link is a picture from Family's Barbecue in LA, August 2017. Summer days with the fam. Dad burned the steak. As you can see, Rob's cousin is in the background on the left. He has been seen a few other events with Rob. Who's the person his cousin is talking to? Well, that looks like none other than our good friend Nathan. That t-shirt is very similar to the one Nathan wore when he was popped at JFK Airport. In January. The other two pictures also show Nathan in private Hemmings family events. This is not at all conclusive in any way, but interesting nonetheless. I don't know about you, but I don't usually invite my colleagues to my mom's house. Though Nathan does seem very friendly in this regard too, so maybe I'm wrong. Check out the recent GQ piece about him. And Every Man in Hollywood by Olivia Salinger. Nathan O'Donnell has the bluest eyes I've ever seen. We meet on a crowded street corner in Upper Manhattan. He's swaddled in a velvety maroon scarf and lambskin jacket. I almost don't recognize him until he asks Olivia in his distinctive husky rasps and pushes up his aviators. It's just gone 4, and the cold chill frosts his breath in the air while he says hello. If I didn't know any better, and if he didn't have the gorgeous English accent, I'd mistake him for one of the swarthy New York dads bringing their children home from preschool. O'Donnell is handsome in a familiar boy next door grows up soft sort of way. He isn't styled and groomed like most metrosexual celebrities. Cringe. There's an earthy realness to him, from the rough, ungelled hair to the unbleached crooked teeth. I find that I'm unexpectedly starstruck by him. I've interviewed dozens of A-listers and celebrities for GQ, but this feels different, more personal. Nathan O'Donnell was born in Brighton, England. Like me, we went to the same secondary school, only 4 years apart. I've grown up hearing tales of his rise to fame and subsequent escape from our hometown. Even as a teenager, his charismatic presence, his homely, everyman appearance stood out. Up until my senior year, a poster from the school production of Les Miserables, I can never say it, hung in the drama department foyer, with O'Donnell's scowling dark-haired Valjean front and center. The minute we settled down in a secluded, out-of-the-way restaurant, I knew a place, he reassured me as he walked there. He pulls off his backwards baseball cap and asks, "Shots?" Well, how can I resist? We order the first of many drinks, and my wild night with Nathan O'Donnell that will take me out into Queens to meet his holidaying sister for cocktails via dance competition on the subway begins. I will not ask even one of my prepared questions. Nathan has a bulldog called Ernest. He scrolls through a series of adorable photos on his phone, commenting, "He's a rascal, but he can get away with anything with those eyes." In an apartment in LA, when I ask what his aesthetic is, he furrows his brow and answers incredibly seriously, "Dog hair and beer. Beer signs, probably. And a vintage sports car that now lives at his mum's house in Brighton and has only worked once in the 15 years I've had it." Something shady's about that car. That's the second reference to that damn car. These are the only facts I learn about him in the first 6 hours of our interview. The rest of the time, we are playing pool. O'Donnell's rise to fame was slow and then very, very fast. After a career of quiet bit parts in British BBC TV shows and low-budget action movies, a serendipitous casting in the pilot of NBC's Loch and Ness shot him to the big leagues last year. He moved out to LA from the UK to play the role, a gamble that paid off big time. He's now a household name as long as the household includes a teenage girl, or as his sister puts it later that night, yummy mummies. He's a big hit with those. Oh. Drown me in my own tea bags. I get the feeling that his fame is something that he could take or leave without having any abject effect on his level of happiness. When I ask how long he's been acting, he has to look up the dates on his Wikipedia page to check. I'm still convinced that only cast me in Loch and Ness because I already had the sideburns, he jokes. The role of Werewolf Fang is indeed incredibly hairy. When I ask if the hair is at all real, he answers, "I'm not going to is all real," he says. "I'm not going to spoil the magic by answering that. However, I can answer for him. Based on the evidence provided during 3 a.m. dip in his hotel's pool, No, his chest is appealingly bare of hair in real life, which lets his well-toned abs take the spotlight they deserve. Can I just say, not to be this person, but like there's always a bunch of articles written about like this about male celebrities, and like if the gender roles were reversed, we would definitely not be as okay with it as we seem to be. Everybody seems to look the other way when it's like a female reporter being like his chiseled, appealing bare chest and abs. It's just weird. I don't like when people write like that. These yummy mummies. Yeah, okay then. Yeah, I have nothing to say to that. I don't know, man. Italian attempt at saying Les Miserables. I mean, my family. Look, I'm not French. The closest I get is geographically is like Portugal. So I guess the pronunciations are somewhat similar sometimes, depending. There's influences that the languages share, I guess. It's because you have no friends, Gotti. Wait, what did I miss in chat? Hang on. I'm taking a break for a second. I was just wondering because sometimes I go into Google Doc while watching videos, but it'd stop. I'd stop. No, definitely don't stop. Even if it did something to the algorithm. But no, I don't believe it does. Anything that happen if you pop rocks while Coca-Cola, you explode. Yeah, definitely still counts. No friends. Okay, where was I? Okay, I'm caught up. Just catching up on chat. Don't know what that is, and I don't want to know. Wine moms are thirsty for this guy. I can tell you what uh his workout regime is because regime. I've I've heard it both ways in the words of Sean Spencer. Because I forgot to ask, just like I never asked about his ex-wife's recent tell-all interview with Life and Style, or what it's like behind the scenes of Loch and Ness. What I can tell you is that he thinks I should write more long-form essays about private space flight and interests of mine, and that he'll give me the number of a high school buddy of his, B, who knows someone at NASA. B moved out to LA with me, he says, with clear affection in his eyes. I'd probably have given up on acting if I hadn't wanted an excuse to stay in London with him as my housemate. Aw. When I check later, B, who also is an actor, albeit not as famous as his housemate, he has 15 mutual friends with me on Facebook, all from Brighton. Nathan, who still uses a Nokia phone, does not have a profile on the site. He speaks rarely but smiles often. He's recognized twice during our time together, and both times he poses for pictures, listening to his fans talk in careful, respectful manner. He feels genuine and real in a way that isn't often found in actors when you talk to him. It feels like he's paying complete attention. As I get progressively drunker, I talk more and more about myself. O'Donnell and I are both single, from the same town, and nearby and nearly the same age. A few times I forget that this is an interview and not a date. He's touchy feely, especially when we're playing pool, and every time he touches my back or squeezes my knee, I'd be lying if I said my heart didn't flip over a bit. Then he asked me if I want to meet his sister. Isn't it a bit too soon? I joke. We just met. He grins at me, warm and goofy, and holds out his hand for a high five. When we finish our fourth beers, Nathan flags down a taxi. He's visiting New York City for a press tour, but his confident manner when waving down down a cab, something I, a Brit who has lived in New York City for over a decade, have never done, charms me. In the back seat of the taxi, on one of the rare occasions when I managed to persuade him to talk about himself, he rolls his eyes in self-deprecation and cuts himself off every few minutes when classic rock comes on the radio. He leans forward and says, "Tune." At one point, he quotes a line of Hamilton. He grew up performing uh a, he grew up performing Amdram Theater and knows the lyrics to more musicals than I would be willing to name. Would he ever act in a Broadway show, I ask? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely, but can't sing for shit. This is his first profile for a magazine, and it's obvious he catches himself a few times telling me not to quote certain remarks. He's had media training, but he admits that it doesn't come naturally to him. At first, he plays with my recording device, flipping it over and inspecting it, warily readjusting its angle on the seat. When I reassure him that I'm going to make him look like an idiot, he relaxes visibly. I'm not going to make him look like an idiot, he relaxes visibly. My publicist was convinced I would say something that would ruin me, he admits. His sister, who's making a stop at NYC in the end of a Trans-America road trip, an ancient camper van, has the same wavy hair and blue eyes as him, where we say, "Hello," Nathan's English accent thickens noticeably. "We're a bit tipsy," he tells her in a loud voice that makes that obvious if she hadn't guessed already. "You've had the O'Donnell initiation, then," she says approvingly and gets a mason jar of homemade sloe gin out of the footwell of the camper van. We sit outside catching up on hometown gossip while Nathan lounges on the ground. His sister tells me over a very potent glass of the liqueur that he's always been the same. Nothing about him has changed since he became recognized in Starbucks. Famous, I believe her. We eat chips and dip while he tells me a long, involved anecdote about soccer that honestly I still don't understand, even after listening back to the recording. When we leave, I'm given a jar of the gin. On the way back to Manhattan, he takes the subway with me back to my apartment. I find my head resting on his shoulder. What in the fan fiction? His distinctive mix of gentlemanly English courtesy and chilled out frat boy vibes are a heady combination. At my stop, he gets out to walk me home. He pauses to listen to some buskers and ends up moonwalking with them on the tiles. He kisses me on the cheek at my door, inviting me to a party the next week that I definitely won't be able to get to. It's in LA. How did I do? He asks when I thank him for the interview. Did I nail it? You crushed it. Boom. His fist pumps and saunters off into the night, tugging his baseball cap low down over his brow. This journalist is definitely in the fandom. You can tell, right? If Nathan introduces her to his sister, perhaps Nathan is going to Rob's cousins. Barbecue isn't a huge sign they're dating. After all, perhaps Nathan and Rob are just friendly people who invite friends everywhere. Who knows? This is like that Hollywood Stars book. I was thinking that too. And they're fictional celebrities. I love your Hamilton video. Thank you and welcome. Drews. What's so hard to understand about Euro football? They run back and forth and once in a while pretend their legs broken after getting tapped on the shin. Free my soul from this fresh hell of Gotti's mind. Oh, that was a GQ article in this universe. Acknowledgement of this essay. Yesterday, someone let me know that an audience member asked Rob about this essay during a panel this weekend's Comic-Con. Fan, yeah, hi, my name is Katie. I'm from Nebraska. My question is for Rob. Rob, go ahead, Katie. I wanted to know if you've heard of Gotti rights. I can't say I have. Fan, it's an essay being posted online that proves you were a fan of the show when you were at college. They think is yours, Silent Wakes. I was wondering if it was true. Rob, sorry, that's not me. I wish it was, though. I'd love to have a cool secret past online. Turning to moderator. Can we get the next question? Fan. Sorry, Rob. Thanks. Thanks for the shout out, Katie, but I wish you hadn't done this. Judging by the footage, Rob was made very uncomfortable by the question. Oh, really? Now you're concerned that they're uncomfortable. Please leave him and Nathan out of this. Stop telling them about this, both on the internet and in real life. They deserve their privacy. That just took a year off my life. They deserve their privacy. Constantly pointing this stuff out to them does not help make progress in the case. It just makes drama. And obviously, this isn't proof of anything. He's an actor. He's good at lying. He could still be Silent Wakes. I hate when people are like, they're actors, so of course they're liars. This part is so funny. Hamilton Jesus Play singing made my ears hurt. I'm sorry, they made mine hurt too. They did their best though. They're kids. I think that Nathan was just too drunk. Wait, I missed something. My audio is cutting in and out. Hang on. Let me do some mic checks. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm getting levels? This is really weird. Hang on, let me figure it out. How long has it been blinking, guys? I'm sorry. Hypocrisy, God's... The costumes for the play were awesome. They did pretty good on the costumes. Buffer for 5 seconds. Hi. Hello. Are we back? Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me do a check-in with chat just to see if I can, if it's still blinking. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That video that I did of Scamilton is wild. Pulling away from the mic. Ah, I see. Okay, cool. That could also be it. Sorry about that, guys. That's me. That's my bad. And I just hit the table. I'm sorry. All right. Constantly pointing this stuff out to them does not help make progress in the case. It just makes drama in the case. And obviously, this isn't proof of anything. He's an actor. He's good at lying. He could still be at Silent Wakes. My next chapter isn't quite ready yet, as I'm still adding in all the new info that's coming in, but it should be up within the next few days. In the meantime, you can still buy me a coffee. My part-time job is barely covering the gas I've used driving around LA this month. Maybe don't stalk people. I can't see myself getting a better job anytime soon, probably because when I'm asked where I see myself in 10 years, I always want to say, watching Rob and Nathan get married on a beach in Hawaii, Margot. Footnotes. B is the British friend Brad, who flat sits for Nathan in his LA apartment and has been seen there alone by fans multiple times. This is a clue. I'm not sure what this clue means, but it is a clue. In the case, Gotti, do you know this is a murder already? Or are you just fucking in a hinge? Could be either, could be both, could be... I don't know. Yeah, I haven't been on Discord much either. Apologies. The last thing I posted was the pictures of my finished wonky but finished blanket. All right. Comments 1,201. Anonymous. I saw Rob and Nathan. Oh, the comments are going down. The engagement's going down. I saw Rob and Nathan last week in a cafe. They were sharing a muffin. So cute. XOX. Lilith Fatal. Gotti, you have some real big dick energy, huh? No, she has main character energy. Soul Cycler. Nathan's friend Brad is actually an actor too. His full name is Bradley Saffitz. I recognized him as a corpse from an episode of Law and Order. LOL. Nathan Anonymous. Nathan's mom has a Twitter. Judy Donnell 8. She's never tweeted, but she likes a lot of tweets from the Lock and Nest fandom and loads of ones about Nathan and Rob, like these. Robin Lover. I bet Rob is the sweetest son-in-law ever. You must be so proud of them both. I'm sorry, you have to watch this stunting with Nikki Shelley. Nathan and you both deserve better. I hope you got to see your boys over the holidays. Nathan and Rob deserve some time to spend with the fam. They're totally together. She wouldn't have liked them otherwise. It'd be weird, but she's boomer, right? So of course it's weird. Everything boomers do online is weird. What you're doing, Gotti, is weird. She needs a side. Yeah, she needs help. The people like this need help. And I'm not saying that in a diminishing way. It's just, you know. To the owner of Gotti Rights. Anonymous. We are writing on behalf of NBC, who have filed for a permanent injunction against your website for unsubstantiated claims about the cast members of the TV show Lock and Ness. If the account and all associated uploads aren't deleted within 48 hours, you will be liable for prosecution on grounds of libel and slander. Please confirm within 10 business days that you agree to comply with our requests or further action will be taken. We appreciate your cooperation with this matter, though we recognize your enthusiasm for the TV show and associated cast members. We ask that you respect our desire to protect the integrity of our clients' intellectual property rights. Yours sincerely, Marcus Feinstein, Gotti. Oh my god. Why are they adding the mom? People do this. Like with real celebrities, they add their family members and it's super cringe. Fucking finally, consequences of their actions. Look, here comes a consequences of my actions chasing me right now. I was gonna end here. Let's see, how long is this chapter? Chapter's short. We're reading this chapter. Chapter 8, a warning to the commenters. If they had some good old Catholic guilt, they'd think twice. I know, right? I was watching Emily D. Baker and she was talking about this this lawyer that had used ChatGPT to write up his case filings and then got in a bunch of trouble and was trying to be like, but I didn't mean to. And she was like, I never related to something more than when she was like, what is it like to have this level of audacity? I make the tiniest mistakes and I beat myself up for it for literal years. How do you do something like this? Because people do stuff like this, right? How do you do this and not have any, like, guilt over it? Okay, now it's getting good. Yeah. Damn it. Well. What do we have here then? It looks like one of my little anonymice is not such a mouse after all, more like a giant stinking rat. Someone posted an alleged cease and desist letter from some Hollywood law firm in the comments of my last chapter. Anonymous, this is the it's the repeating of this. I was horrified. It felt like someone had broken into my home. Is that bad? Oh, do you not like that? Oh, I'm so sorry. I couldn't understand how they'd found me or why they were targeting me in particular. You're going viral, girly. You cannot post something online and then be like, how did they find me? But then I started to wonder if the letter was entirely legitimate. I rang up the law firm mentioned and asked to speak to Mr. Feinstein, but the receptionist told me that he didn't work there any longer and certainly hadn't sent out any letter connected to copyright law. I mean, what she's doing would not be under copyright for sure. It's stalking, uh, but, I'm not a lawyer. I was very confused, obviously, so I did some research and found out that Mr. Feinstein's name was still listed on the law firm's website as an associate. Someone must have looked up the name of a random lawyer to use this forged letter, not realizing that Mr. Feinstein had actually left the firm. Bold of you to assume I wouldn't check. What kind of academic do you take me for? I have Google and a modicum of intelligence. I'm not going to accept any random claim that you guys throw at me. Lazy work all around. All round. I have no idea what your agenda is, Anano Rat, but I will be checking all comments in future to see if you come here again. I've worked too hard on this essay to delete it just because of some baiter who has a fangirl grudge. I certainly will not be removing this, even if a real lawyer does request it. I don't believe I've broken any laws that would require that. If anyone has a background in law and wants to confirm that for me so that I can get a solid night's sleep, I would really appreciate it. Comments 1,378. Wonderfully bookish. All stand for the Queen. Anonymous. Gotti. Your bias is showing. Rob's publicist follows you on Twitter. Can someone say paid promotion? Jamie B. Mayer. Jesus, give her peace for fuck's sake. Oh, I'm sorry. Like, she's giving everybody else peace? Like, two wrongs don't make a right and all that, but Jesus. Gotti, sweetie, you are an idiot. Jeebus, I wonder you're only stalking people and posting it online. It's so hard to stop reading. She really knows how to draw in the reader in. Stalking, for starters, it would be libel or defamation depending on whether what she's saying is true or not. Slander is spoken in print, it's libel. Okay, there you go. Yeah, it definitely wouldn't be copyright. Like, there's no copyrighted material. It's definitely, yeah. I'm kin with Jaden and we... God, that's so Tumblr. Oh my god. I'm kin with Jaden. I'm kin with Jaden, and we both find this very upsetting. Someone like Mr. Henning shouldn't be allowed to represent our media persona. This is real life. They should have cast someone with a bit more integrity. It's insulting. Oh, libel is if it's a lie. Defamation is if it's true. It's still damaging to your character and, like, private info. Unless you argue. Is that true? Because I know, like, I don't think that's technically true, at least in certain places of the United States, because, like, defamation, you have to prove, well, it's different levels depending on how public you are, but, like, you have to prove, or maybe it's just with public figures that you have to prove malice, which means you have to prove that you willingly lied. You had a willing disregard for the truth or something. I don't think you can copyright a human being. No. Arguing copyright. Yeah, exactly. RPF is not protected by copyright because as much as all of the music labels with all of the um, AI generated songs going around, they can't technically copyright a person. No, I mean, if you consider her posting the fanfics from someone else as copyright infringement. I see. Um, statement about the actors. Yeah. Hang on one second. I'm just curious now. I'm going down a rabbit hole. I'm sorry. Um, Defamation is any false information that harms the reputation of a person, business, or organization. Defamation includes both libel and slander. Libel generally refers to defamatory statements that are published or broadcast, more permanent, while slander refers to verbal defamatory statements, more fleeting. So defamation always has to be proven false. You can't find defamation, according to this, without this is a media law 101 from PBS. You can't find defamation for if it's true. If it's true, it's not defamation. You have to prove that it's false. It's either libel or slander, depending on whether it's printed or spoken. Sorry, I just had to answer that for myself because I was going to be thinking about it. Damn, I stand corrected. Yeah, I mean, it could be different in Canada. It's probably different, but in the U.S., that's the definition of defamation. You can't find because I was like, I don't think you can find defamation unless it's false because there's been cases with people leaking, like doxing people, and like doxing is really hard to legislate because there's a lot of loopholes in the law. Because I've heard some lawyers talk about it because it's like, well, it's not defamation because it's true. Like if you post somebody's address, that is their address. You can't sue them for defamation. And you can't sue them for stalking because you weren't stalking. But it's like a whole thing, and like it's really hard to prosecute. I was just reading something about this. Anyway, sorry to be pedantic. Where was I? Give her peace. I love this person that's like, Jesus, give her peace for fuck's sake. It's like she's stalking people. Me and my friend are both married to Fang. We swore vows to him and promised to protect him. Could you pass on a message to him for us through Jaden? He rarely visits me, and I'd love to talk to him in person. Little Hux. Oh my god, how the hell did the other kins and Fang wives find us? Get them out! Get them out! Get them out! U.S. law from television. I do that sometimes too. Okay. The fact that people are like, but I'm just like hanging out. Like, for example, I have what is considered to be a small channel on YouTube in the grand scheme of YouTube. I don't consider it small. It doesn't feel small to me, but it's considered small in the ways of like people have more like quote unquote clout, right? People have more subscribers, more whatever. Even me, right? If I'm posting something, I am thinking in my brain, what if the creator of this thing that I am watching ever sees it? It'll probably never happen, but it's always possible when it's on the internet, and when it's on the internet, it doesn't go away. So the fact that these people are like, how did they find us, is so funny to me. RAIXOTT. I noticed that in one of the Silent Wakes posts, Rob mentions that he works in a cafe down the road from his parents' house. A few months later, he posts a picture of a pretty magnolia tree in bloom outside his work. there can't be many cafes opposite magnolia trees in LA, so I looked up all the ones I could find and went on a little city tour. I think I actually managed to track down Rob's parents' house. I took this photo through the gap of the curtains of the front window. Super stalkery. Don't do that. If you zoom in and increase the brightness, you can see that there's a picture on the wall of Rob and Nathan. They must be a couple if Rob's mom put a picture of them up. Where? Honey, where? Jesus Christ. So cute. And don't worry, I didn't get caught. Not what I was worried about. Not at all what I was worried about. Oh, this is going to be a long chapter. I don't think we have time for this long of a chapter right now. I think we're going to have to leave off here. I'm so sorry, guys. We'll come back, though. Gotti, what the fuck times 100? That wasn't even Gotti. That was somebody else. This is like a whole crew of them now. Do what you gotta do. I thought Snape wives were more of a live journal phenomenon. I didn't know they existed long enough to be on Tumblr. Yeah. Yeah. Occasionally, being in the Harry Potter fandom back in the day, I would see them in the wild, and it was always something. Yeah, this is not real, but it's very important to remember that this shit happens, and things like this are very real. People like this are very real. I'm in fact more worried that you didn't get caught. It wasn't. I don't even think it was Gotti, right? It was a different username. It was like somebody else that was just like, "Ooh, let me get on this," which is like the creepier thing. It's like spreading. Yeah, it is 12:39 where I am, and I need to go and do some editing and then sleep. In theory, but I really want to keep this. I really want to keep reading this. At the latest, we will definitely keep reading Sunday night. Sunday night. I would say I could get on earlier and make sure that we keep going through it, but Sunday is Father's Day, so I'll stream like after all the festivities are over and stuff. I'm definitely excited for everyone to see the next bit of the story unfold. Me too. I'm so excited. I'm gonna have to go as soon as I get off here. I'm gonna have to make a playlist just to make sure that we keep all of these together, so that somebody on the replay isn't like, "But where is part 2? Where is it?" Because that would totally be me. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me and being here. Thank you. Whoop. Thank you so much to thank you so much to Milo for submitting this so that I knew it existed. Good night, guys. I will see you next time. I'm glad you're so engaged. I'm very engaged. I was excited when you told me about it, but I'm not. I didn't expect to be like this engaged. Where like walking away from it is currently difficult. But yeah, thank you. See you guys next time. Bye.